consumes every spark of the fire. Storefront shine bright with the scent in the pine. Ledgers grow fat with each freshly drawn line. Pavement lies smooth like violins spread wide. Gold sandals flash where the fast footsteps glide. But cranes stand like gallows against skies painted blue. As mountain crowds drift in their slow-moving view. Shadow throw heavy like thick pools of tar, hiding the scars where the new buildings are. Sliding some ruins we left out of sight to watch how the city devours the light. Oh, the tower gleam bright like a tooth in the sun. The race for the kingdom has only begun. The roots twist and rise, breaking tiles below. The ledge is still hides an old smile we know. Yes, sunlight burns glass till it shines like a gem. While we mend all the tears at the hem. Horizon bleeds out in deep shades of rust. Commerce lays down in its blanket of dust. Long purple fingers of dust stretch their way, reaching for cracks where the children still play. Secrets leak out from the edge of the chart, like whiskers that pierce through a gentleman's heart. Shadows grow heavy like thick pools of tar, hiding the stars where the new buildings are. Sliding from ruins we left out of sight to watch how the city devours the light. Oh, the tower gleams bright like a tooth in the sun. The race for the kingdom has only begun. The roots twist and ride, breaking tiles below. The ledger still hides an old smile we know. Yes, sunlight burns west till it shines like a tin. While you mend all the tears at the hem.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the MachinistM stream. I am joined today by TipofGugnir. Yep. Nice new Fugi there. Yeah. Well, my character is present too, but I wanted to be a little more dramatic with it. Yeah. That's the aesthetic I'm going for in this one. I actually made this version of the character to do a thumbnail for Leaf's, which one was that? Pattern recognition. It's full fully animated, I guess, in a way. So the way you do these is you put them through. You can get an AI to do the animations. So you all you do is like a 6-second or 10-second animation in, I used Grok, and you get it to do, basically you tell it, this is what I want it to do. So if I stop talking for a second, or a minute, oh crap, I had you muted again. Yeah. Okay, once again, welcome to TipofGugnir and his fabulous new Fugi. Yeah, so I do have an idle animation, but it looks like my talking animation runs a little bit too long. It's yeah. I didn't even really tell Grok what to do. It's just I said, make it talk. So I'm not using. I guess you would need to use it if I wanted to see it on stream. She does in the software there. You can. It's in the video export section. At the top, there's 3 options: normal and Fugi Limited and Fugi Premium. You'd go with the Fugi Limited. It has to cut frames, so you gotta fiddle with things a little bit there. But apparently it does work. What I'm using is right off of the. I'm streaming from the software or from the client. Actually, yeah. There is probably a way for me to grab your client, but we'll have to figure that out at a later date and time. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, making a debut. So I do have I was trying to do a emote. I still don't have fully understand it, because it's the emotes are structured differently from what the other things are. So at the risk of breaking it, it's supposed to be the decloak from thermoptic camouflage, but for some reason it doesn't do it all the way through, so still have to fiddle with it. I'm going more Ghost in the Shell. So still cyberpunk. Yes. Standalone complex, man. It's probably the best version. That's not 100% truthful to the manga. I will say that like the manga is starting off very close to some of the stuff that they've already covered in the movie. And I will say the movie has done stuff way better than the new anime. I think it's on Pluto TV. Yeah, free. Free is good. And they're nowhere near as obnoxious as ads on YouTube. Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm pretty sure it's Pluto that I was watching it on. Um, I do have the whole first season in on DVD because that's what it was on when it first came out. But I don't really have a DVD player, so alternative methods. Yay! Need to get some Bugs Bunny into that roster. Uh, well, that's good. I was, well, I'm a little bit older than you, so we didn't have as much anime uh, when I was at the Saturday morning cartoon stage. Uh, it kind of helped that we had satellite because we could get channels that were like on the East Coast, so we could watch stuff like 3 hours earlier. Yeah, so like I would bounce back and forth between like Fox Kids and the WB channels. So like I'd watch Digimon on Fox, and then jump over to WB to watch Superman and Batman. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, it kind of was. Ash was kind of obnoxious. Too low. I had a fan go, or I've got a fan going, and it was picking that up. So there's my idle animation. Oh, crap. Still there? Motherfucker. Hello. So yeah, it decided to shit the bed for some reason. It shouldn't. I think it's just being weird. That could be just a uh, service side thing. Anyways, it changed my lowered my mic or increased my mic threshold, so my fan was not talking for me. Yeah. Yeah. A little bit higher. That's better. But I wanted more of a dynamic idol than just staring at the camera, smiling and fidgeting. Yeah. I burnt. Yeah. Yeah. It's all about improving. But I burned through a quarter of my weekly allotment, which has gone up, thank God. I managed to get 33 6-second videos out of Grok. Whereas in previous weeks, it was like you get 5 videos regardless of size, and yeah, we're done. Wait for 24 hours. Or 5 hours, or an inconvenient amount of time regardless. Yeah, that is definitely a boon. Yeah. So if you claim them at different times in the day, you come back at that same time, or at a different time, or earlier. Yeah. Yeah. I saw that pop up when I fired up YouTube, so I figured, hey, why not start things off with some home or local talent? So this is Civil War Went Hot by the False Flags. Our very own TipofGugnir's composition. So let's have a listen.
The city boy got dead. Their commanders are on live stream claiming country folk are starting to tire. They thought they were living the dream until they get hit by a stream sniper. Demographics have shifted. Cities used to have us outnumbered. They surrender, conflict is lifted, 'cause their soldiers are 6 feet under.
Oh, that was I'm surprised that stayed up, honestly. Yeah. Might not be copyright strike, but I'm kind of leery about a TOS one. Oh, probably. But you never know with AI moderation these days. Oh, you got a comment on it. Yeah, that's kind of how it'd go, though. Don't underestimate the charge of the Redneck Brigade. With way less rules of engagement. Yeah. Well, grow the food, control the control the power, control the highways. Yep. No, it would not end well for the city folk, but we'll let them think that. Yeah. Well, um, yeah. That's that. Back in the 80s, they figured every city was about 3 days from starvation. And I don't. Yeah. Oh, speaking of water, did you see what was happening in, I think, Hollywood? Or somewhere in LA? They apparently burst a water main. And a big one. Like, it looked like the stream was about 8 feet high and just giving her. Yeah. Yeah. But they wouldn't be in that position if they had have just embraced nuclear and done set desalination. Yeah. Well, but I think the ports are about the only thing they have left. All of the significant Silicon Valley stuff has moved out to Texas and Florida. Yeah. Well, then that's also due to state dipshittery. They keep increasing just making it harder for the farmers to get water. Yeah. Yeah. And at the very least, all the fruits and vegetables. And it's not just the U.S. It's Canada too. Like, I think almonds alone, I think California grows like half or three-quarter of them. Yeah. Yeah. Wow. And probably to get around some bullshit regulation. Yeah. They've, yeah. Well, it kind of makes sense in that aspect because Idaho probably has the potato processing capacity. Nevada. I guess if they find some place with enough water. Yeah. Well, because doesn't the Colorado come down south through Nevada and then out? Because LA is pretty near the south end, isn't it? Yeah. But it's dammed up. It's dammed up at the Hoover, and from there, a bunch of it siphoned off into California. Is Yeah, would make sense. Yeah, it's been a while. Well, 5 years. Yeah, but it also doesn't help that a lot of Southern California has canals that they don't cover. Yeah. Okay, so the next one we got is uh, by Psychro. He's one of the um, Skybros. He's actually one of the moderators on their Discord there. Really on the ball, dude. Pretty much, he approved my membership, and when I so I signed up to be a creator on there too. And when it went through, something hiccuped, and I was completely locked out of the pretty much locked out of the Discord. So I shot him a message, and he got it fixed right up. So I think, yeah. So this is his lore. So figure do him the courtesy.
Hello, Mom. Yeah, I'm on my way home. Alright. I'll see you later, okay? Bye-bye.
Yeah.
Red sky, static over broken glass, teleported in a blink, then the world collapsed. Sirens long dead, but the echoes cling. Jawless grin and a butchered mask. Stitches split as it starts to laugh. Teeth where the stomach should be. Slick and sharp, it sniffs my fear like a work of art, begging for more. Blood in the air, I taste that iron prayer. Crimson world breathing on my neck. Fractured realms dripping from the wreck. I keep running as the monsters come. Blood in the air, it burns my lungs. Every hungry monster drawing near. Blood in the air, blood in the air. Crimson everywhere. Empty towers, windows watching, streets like veins pulsing, rotting. Flesh things dragging rusted chains, their laughter crawling through my brain like swarms that never fall. Footsteps echo in the dark mine, and something else behind. If I slow down for a breath, they'll peel me from my mind. Is this hell or a dream gone wrong? City of meat where the lost belong. I bite my tongue till the salt cuts through, just to know that I'm still true. If I stop now, I become their feast. Pray I wake up or become the beast. Blood in the air, I taste that iron prayer. Crimson worlds breathing on my neck. Fractured realms dripping from the wreck. I keep running as the monsters come. Blood in the air, it burns my love. Every hungry monster drawing near. Blood in the air, crimson everywhere. Crimson world, and it wants me, but something green have found me. I will survive this crimson world.
Yeah. I wonder what he was, what he did this on.
Yeah,
It looks kind of like Grok, but they're all getting kind of good at this point. Suno is more for doing the audio stuff, like more for the music. It's like Marika, with maybe slightly different capabilities. I know I went with Marika because it seemed to have the better voice AI stuff. Whereas Suno, I think Suno is better for straight up music. I think Suno can do the same thing. There's also another one called 11 Labs. they all have their specialties. But they're all pretty decent. Yeah. Yeah, he's looks like he's going for a very like sort of a cross between Dead Space and Resident Evil. So it's like this one here. Yeah. The one on the left looks kind of like a zombified Eren Yeager.
Empty towers, windows watching, streets like veins.
Like, I kind of want to know actually more about his lore than the song allows for. Like, I honestly don't know. I think this is his own IP. But then again, I don't know. I might have to just ask him. Psychro, when you watch this, send me a DM, because I'd really like to get into the weeds on this stuff. Hey, future stream idea. We'll get Psychro on and we'll talk lore.
Things dragging rusted chains, their laughter crawling.
Like, and it looks like there's a physicality and potentially like a psychic aspect to everything too.
And something else behind. If I slow down for
Yeah. Honestly, I don't know a whole lot about Constantine. One, it was a lot newer than the books in my comic collection. Two, it was a lot more mature than the books in my comic collection. Yeah. Apparently the Keanu Reeves movie was fairly close to the comic. All I really know is some of the more recent DC animated movies featured Constantine. And all I know is he's a chain-smoking, double-dealing dick. Who even less so. Harbinger at least has some sense of honor. Yeah. Go read Monster Hunter International. And it will eventually end. I think, or at least part of it will end. The universe won't end, but with the main character of the first books, there will be an ending. Potentially, yeah. On the other hand, Larry does tend to give happily ever afters. Because, well, yeah, we'll see. I think he's. I listened to one of the newer. Was it Writer Dojo? Because they're back to doing those again. Yeah, there's 2 new episodes up. Yeah, I think they did a few more after that, but yeah. Yeah. Specializes in horror. His first book is, or his first big book is called Residue, which is sounds like an interesting concept. Yes. Okay. Yeah, it's not really my bag, so I haven't read them yet, but if that's a glowing review, go read Steve Diamond's stuff too. Steve Diamond and Larry Correia also wrote a book together called what was that called? Servants of War. And and that's take World War II, slap it into all the dark fairy tales, and go to war. Oh yeah, World War One. It's trench warfare. Trench. Yeah, that's how they pitch it for the easy pitch. Yeah. And they are, now that Steve has a more sane job, he's gonna get back to writing. Yeah. Yeah. And like, if you the Kriegsmarine stuff from 40K, you'd probably like Servants of War. Or not the Kriegsmarine, the Deathcore Krieg. Kriegsmarine were the Marines from German Marines. Totally different unit. Yeah. Uh, yeah, this is Psychro's avatar here, if we can catch it. Yeah. I'm wondering what the green is all about too. If that counters the red. Yeah, definitely want to get in on the lore on this.
This crimson world.
Yeah. So he tacks up, but he's in good friends with Kinney and of Kinney the Hound, and there's a couple other of them that kind of, you've got your own, or there's friend groups within the Sky Bros. So I mostly see a lot of him because him and there's another streamer by the name of Kitsura Nines. That's the one dead center here. She she and her husband, Eights, can't remember what his whole name was, are friends with another pair of VTubers named Bloop and Hyde, or the Bloop and Hyde. And Hyde and Psychro are friends, so it's kind of that whole network going around. Yeah. But they look like they have fun. And that's kind of the nice thing about that Discord is it's all creators trying to move forward. Yeah. Yeah, it's always growing. There is no finite pie. Don't let anybody fool you into thinking that. The pie grows. And in terms of media, if the pie didn't grow, we'd all still be watching Disney cartoons in the theaters. Yeah. And yeah, might be looking at the downward side of a slope on some things, but that by and large has been because of choices made by higher ups. It's not people in general. The audience is out there. As long as you have access to it, you'll find your space. Yeah. But the niches are also all part of one stream, so don't pigeonhole yourself, but don't try and cater to everybody. Yeah, whatever you do, don't cater to those people. They are... I'm pretty sure there are toxins that are more friendly than that batch. And on that happy note, let's move on to some science news. Oh, yeah, I should do that. Yeah. So some science news from Sabine Hossenfelder. Scientists have figured out how to make anti-gravity. Let's see how it goes, Cotton.
Figured out how to make anti-gravity. Sounds crazy, yet I think it might actually work. But before you go and buy ceiling fan...
Okay, that's a rare thing coming from her. That she's agreeing with a paper. Like a lot of her videos are calling bullshit on papers and the entirety of academia. Yeah. Well, she did get run out. I think she still has her doctorate and stuff, but she got run out of academia because she wouldn't toe the line. That is a very good point.
furniture, let's have a look at the ifs and buts. In Einstein's theory of general relativity, gravity is always attractive. The reason is quite simple. In gravity, energy plays the role that electric charges play in electromagnetism. It's just that since gravity is mediated by a spin-2 field, like charges attract and unlike charges repel. And since there are only positive masses and only positive energies, they all attract each other. But according to the new paper, quantum mechanics offers a loophole. Under the right conditions, two attractive gravitational pulls can combine into an effective repulsion. That's a stunning conclusion they arrived at by studying an entirely different question, namely how to find out whether gravity itself is quantum. This is one of...
Well, that's a great thing about science. You get stuff that's, oh, that's interesting. And then it actually turns out to be something useful in that interesting. We really need to sit down and do a book stream. Yeah. You've probably read a lot more than I have lately. I've kind of... I've been mostly listening to stuff on audiobook, and I don't feel like my selection has strayed very far from a few things. I like... well, that's unfortunate. I'm not gonna say that the latest book is spectacular, except for like the last half of it. Well, last quarter of it. It was entertaining enough for the duration that it was. But it's really the filler episode of Dungeon Crawler Carl. Yeah. Yeah, maybe. But like it's I don't know if it's one of those things where he padded it out on purpose or if it was all planned. Anyways, we can talk about that later. Tangents. Yeah, so tangents are great until I have to edit them. Yeah, there's that. I think as long as I stay away from big stuff like Bandai. Yeah. I still have to go over that and put out an edit with what I had to cut out back in. I have a plan, I just have to get to it.
The biggest unsolved problems in physics. We have quantum mechanics, which describes atoms and elementary particles through quantum fields. And we have general relativity, which describes gravity as the curvature of space-time. Both theories work extremely well. Unfortunately, they don't fit together. It's like having two instruction manuals for the universe, one that says assemble with screws, and the other says there are no screws. And then a theorist walks in and says, Have you tried 11 dimensions? For a long time, most people thought that testing quantum gravity
Yeah, the math doesn't work this way, but if we do it 11 times more, we can get out exactly what we want. Okay, so how do I technologize that? Yeah. Like, theory is all well and good, but it means nothing if it can't be put into use.
require absurdly high energies, like inside of black holes or at the Big Bang. But in recent years, physicists have finally realized that it's possible to test quantum gravity in the laboratory. The currently most discussed idea is to use what's called an entanglement witness. That's if you create entanglement using only the gravitational interaction. If this is possible, then you can conclude that gravity must also have had quantum properties. It's a difficult test because for this you have to put massive objects into a quantum superposition. They have to be massive enough so that the gravitational interaction has a measurable effect. The problem is that the quantum properties of massive objects go away very quickly. This is why we don't normally see people being in two places at once. It's also why the experiment has not yet been done. The authors of the new paper now suggest a slightly different route. Their proposal is to use one massive object, the source, in a superposition of two places, and nearby is another particle, the probe. The source mass is put into two possible locations at once. The probe then feels gravity from both possible locations of the source. If the source were in just the first place, the probe would be attracted towards that. If the source were in the other place, the probe would also be attracted just towards this different place. The twist is that if you have the source in two places at once, you can create a destructive interference that leads to a net repulsion. Wait, what? Doesn't this violate some sort of conservation law? No, it's fine, really. If you average over many runs of the experiment, you get what you expect, namely that the probe particle is attracted to the average of the source particle. But in single runs, you can get this.
I gotta say, I'm a little bit lost. Yeah. Be nice if we could get Dr. Taylor in here. Yeah. I will say this. I think Travis is probably the best science educator out there right now. Mostly because I don't think he's a raging prick. Yeah. And he doesn't do the, actually.
Repulsive effect. Have you ever taken an online IQ test and instantly gotten a genius level score?
Yes.
Hate to break it to you, but most of those tests are designed to inflate your score for profit. They sell you a
Twice, in fact. I haven't come across many of those, but then again, I'm not like a Mensa member and totally vain about how smart I am. Yeah. I think the more maybe reliable one I took put me at 130. So, but then the other one was like a cell phone ad, so put that as it may be. I think you need to use a lot of different factors to get a proper measure on it. Yep. Yeah, and then there's people in the academic sense who are gibbering morons. And they're Mensa members.
Flattering number, not the truth. That's exactly why cognitivetesting.org was created. Born out of a massive Reddit community tired of online scams, it's the
Reddit community, eh? Not beating the scam analogy.
internet's home for legitimate, professionally validated IQ tests. Developed by licensed psychologists, their team uses properly normed, culture-fair exams modeled directly after the proctored tests used by psychologists, school districts, and electoral bodies. Unlike the clickbait quizzes, they don't inflate your score for profit. They even use adaptive technology that gives you fresh questions daily to measure your raw pattern recognition accurately. No ego boosts, no fake results, just credentialed, transparent science. If you want to know your real cognitive baseline, stop wasting time on the scams. Get us.
Let's be honest, stuff like that is nothing but an ego boost. Because then you can go and wave in front of everybody. Oh, look, I took this test and I scored really super good on it. I'm a genius. Yeah. Yeah. Here's some crayons. Don't eat them.
Scientifically rigorous assessment today. Head over to cognitivetesting.org to take a legitimate IQ test. That's cognitivetesting.org. And now back to the science news. It looks like gravity became
Probably, and more practical. I think nukes are, you're not going to be getting, let's just say you don't score Marine and go nuke. What you know. Yeah, they don't look at what you know, they look at how you think. That might be, I wonder if there's a way to take the ASVAB without attempting to join the military. Maybe there's something online. The actual ASVAB. Yeah, it's been a bit. Who knows what the current administration of the time does to the ASVAB. Yeah. Okay, onward.
Repulsive, but really it happens because quantum particles are not just particles, they're also waves, and waves can interfere. If you have a particle in two places at once, then the particle has not one particular momentum but many different ones. And if these add up in a weird way, the result can push away rather than, as you would expect, make a pull. It's not a new fundamental force, it's an effective force that only occurs for specially prepared quantum states. But that's exactly why it's interesting. If the gravitational interaction didn't have quantum properties, it could not produce this effect. If the wrong way kick is observed and all ordinary forces are ruled out, it'd be evidence that gravity has quantum properties. That said, the experiment is still hard because the gravitational interaction between small objects is ridiculously weak. The authors make an estimate with cesium atoms as the probe particles and find that the source mass would have to be about 20 micrograms. That's about 2 million times larger than what current technology allows, though the masses might go down if either A, the decoherence time increases, B, force measurements become more accurate, or C, shorter distances can be resolved. So, no, you can't yet float to work, but given the current state of public transport, I understand why you ask. I give this paper a 2 out of 10 on the bullshit meter. I have misgivings about this sort of experiment.
That is a very low bullshit meter score coming from her. Yeah, at least 5s on average. I think to unitch brains, at least on the testing bit, they don't have accurate enough testing equipment to, I guess, see any gravitational flux at that small of a scale. So, like, yeah, 20 micrograms sounds small, but when you're potentially testing stuff at the atomic level, it's pretty big. It's really frickin' big. Yeah. And yeah, 20 micrograms might be in the molar range for cesium. Oh no, a mole would be the atomic mass at scale, I think. Yeah, and it's been a while since I've done anything in that area. So can't say for certain, but it's mostly we don't quite have the tools to take the measurements yet. Yeah. But we'll get there. It'll be interesting to see what we come up with in the next couple of years as compute increases. Especially if Musk gets this stuff in orbit going. Yeah.
In general, because even if the effect is observed, I think it'll be extremely difficult to rule out it was some other interaction. And if it isn't observed, the result is inconclusive because that wouldn't mean gravity has no quantum properties. It'd just mean it doesn't have these particular quantum properties. Still, I have to say that this is a neat contribution to the literature, and I hope the question of repulsive gravity will receive more attention. And if this works, I finally have a scientific excuse for why my hand does not obey gravity. Thanks for watching. See you tomorrow.
think the hair question is more a matter of tensile strength and static electricity. Hmm. Or, yeah, weigh it down or frizz it up. Because doesn't higher humidity tend to cause hair to get more frizzy? Hmm. Okay. Yeah, I don't have that sort of hair type, so I'm not very aware of such things. On the other hand, most of my genetics traces to like one of the wettest places on the planet, so it's more southern end. Yeah, that's down towards the Alps. Yeah, and mine are from the opposite end of Europe. Scottish and Scandinavian. Mostly a mud of the Isles and half German from about Poland, so. Well, I think the Scandinavian might have been a drive-by. Because I've got quite a bit of Irish in my family too, so. And my Scandinavian percentage is not very big. uh, okay, link that in the chat. I need to just take a quick break. So we'll be back. And we're back. So got a couple more things queued up.
IBM.
This next one is the latest from I can never get her name right. Anastasi in Tech. I think I don't get it right because I'm always in a rush. I think you watched one of the things I posted in my stream fodder Discord. Yeah. And I like covering new technology, and she covers computer chips pretty good, I think. At least one of the top ones in our feed. But really, I haven't seen anybody else do it, so she's got a good niche. Yeah, and her video editing is pretty good too. And I think that it helps that like she's actually been on the ground in this field. So she knows what she's talking about. I've seen a couple of them. I should probably... Yeah, I listened to the Unsub podcast that he was on. And yeah, I've watched a couple of his things, but it's kind of one of those gotta balance news with sanity sort of things. Yeah. Yeah, so things closer to home. Anyways, somebody's built an impossible chip. I think the thumbnail is something about 1.7 or 0.7 nanometer, which we're down to counting atoms, literally. I saw on my X feed today, I saw a thing. It was looking at the power tracing on a new chip that was 15 atoms wide. Yeah. It's big. You know it's big. But yeah. Yeah. Oh, it's wild that in the last 10 years, we have developed technology. It's not new technology. It's just more advanced technology. It's a scanning tunneling electron microscope is what it is. And you can get to concentration, or like you can narrow it down to where you can see the individual atoms on a structure. Like pixels. It's like that's something actually when they started doing 5 years ago in the labs. Now it's getting out into the actual field of, yeah. Like I think one of the first or earliest ones I can think of, and I think it's mostly computer generated. They arranged a bunch of like iron atoms in a circle, and then they had a bigger atom or something in the middle, and it showed like the ripples of the electron field, like a wave. But I don't think that was the scanning tunneling. I think that was a different method altogether. Yeah, things are wild, man. And like, yeah, it's one of those things. Like at this point, it's like, okay, what's next? Or is the next step to be able to see like the individual subatomic particles in each thing? Which that's going to be wild, and it's probably within our lifetime. Like, I'd give it 20 years, maybe. Again, yeah, once more compute comes online. Moore's law was more of what you call guidelines. I think we've hit a pretty firm wall on it. But once you get to, yes, this thing is 15 atoms wide, you're starting to run up against material limits. Yeah, or switch to something like superconductors. Heck, we're at quantum now. Yeah. Well, yeah. Like there's been a thing they've been working on called spintronics. And it's literally reading the spin of electrons in the system to run your computations. Yeah, so like that's one of, I think, the pathways to the quantum thing, because you can get more than off and on out of spintronics. Yeah. Well, let's get onto it. Let's see what we get to see.
Announced the world's smallest microchip, and everyone is talking about this transistor with features only 15 atoms wide.
Holy.
The most important part of this announcement isn't the transistor, it is this. As a chip design engineer, I think this tiny line can change the future of chip manufacturing. More than UV lithography or shrinking transistors ever did. Subscribe to the channel and let me explain. For the last 60 years, we've built faster chips the same way. We made transistors smaller. We went all the way from 90 nanometers 2 decades ago to today's 2 nanometer glass technology. But right now, we are running out of room. And for the first time in decades, the way we build chips is starting to change. And IBM may have just shown us the first glimpse of that future. Look at this image. It was taken with one of the world's most powerful electron microscopes. At first, it looks like a single 0.7 nanometer transistor. But if you look closer, it isn't. It's two, one on top and one under.
Yeah. So the static, or the fuzziness, that's not fuzziness in the camera. That's atoms. Yeah. That's everything, all that stuff in the white zone. Every little dark spot is an atom. Like, interesting times, man. They're not just a Chinese curse.
Underneath. And here is the crazy part. The channels where electricity actually flows are only about 15 silicon atoms wide. You would think that is the hardest part, but it isn't. The thin white line is the real breakthrough, because these two transistors were never manufactured together. In fact, they started life on two completely separate silicon wafers. Just think about what that means. One wafer takes a month to manufacture, but IBM built two of them and then bet everything on lining them up afterwards. That sounds almost impossible, and that's because it almost is. which made me wonder, why would anyone do something like this? The answer actually begins with something I saw a few months earlier at iMac.
Yeah, because that's lining something up that small, where like even witness marks in the wafers would have an error of like a picometer, and very, very small. Yeah. Like a picometer to the left or right, and your whole thing is kiboshed. That is... Let's see if they'll say how they did it.
One of the world's leading semiconductor research labs. It's where companies like TSMC, Intel, and Samsung and ASML explore technologies decades before they reach your phone or laptop. There, I saw technology the public was never supposed to see. This is a transistor that could power your devices sometime around the next decade. It's one transistor built directly above another.
Okay, that's another... Like every one of those dark spots is an atom. Maybe? Because again, it's like there's a materials race now. Like, yeah. Well, my thing is what are we going to come across first? Getting something at this scale into the consumer hands? Or are we going to find a room temperature superconductor which will essentially make this obsolete overnight? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I think I cut it out too and posted it up with the molybdenum disulfide. And it's wild to think, okay, so I've known that they've been looking at it as a semiconductor for a few years. And back when I found that out, I have some dry lubricant that's silicon, or that's molybdenum disulfide. So it comes in a rattle can, and you spray it onto car parts and firearms too. No, carb cleaner will be something different. Don't try and clean your carb with dry lubricant. I suspect bad things would happen. Yeah, I usually use a non-chlorinated brake cleaner. Works pretty good too. Yeah. Although we've moved to a sonic cleaner, which, with the volumes of stuff we were doing, made way more sense. A proper garage. The dream. Anyways, computers.
And its channel is only 30 atoms thick. Right there, I could literally see individual silicon atoms inside a working transistor. At first, I thought the invention was the transistor. But IBM made me realize that the real challenge is how to build it. And that's where the most interesting part of this story begins. Imagine you spent 10 years designing the next generation of transistors, and one day it finally works. Well, now you need to build the second one, right above it. That sounds super simple, until you realize what that actually means. But to build the upper transistor, the wafer has to go all over again through hundreds more manufacturing steps. Then the whole wafer is heated again, sometimes to over 1000 degrees Celsius. And every time that happens, the finished transistor has to sit through another round of extreme heat. Atoms move, materials react, tiny changes, but with huge consequences. Building the second transistor can quietly ruin the first one. Just imagine finishing a skyscraper and then discovering that adding just one more floor could collapse the entire building. And that's the trap, because the smaller and more sophisticated the transistor becomes, the less punishment it can tolerate. So IBM stopped fighting the heat and instead...
Definitely, it's a balancing act. Yeah. Just the level of precision in this stuff is... It's something I wouldn't want to touch. Oh, because the guys writing science fiction were working on this stuff 40 years ago. Yeah. Like, how many people got into this sort of thing because of guys like Asimov and Heinlein? Yeah. And then after them, it would have been Roddenberry and Lucas would be the biggest drivers. Not as much as I would like, but more than likely. But like, I kind of... I'll say that I'm definitely driven more by the Roddenberry and Lucas side of things, but Bayan had a lot of influence in the direction. We need to get more people reading their books. Oh, crap. You're not coming through on the Discord. This side, but they had a lot of influence. Yeah, the Discord's not working again. Dang it. How about now? I guess try turning it off and on again. No. Here. Right now. There we go.
Okay. Well, that was inconvenient.
Oh, now we're getting a... Oh, wait. Never mind. Okay, try again.
Test.
It's maxing right out, but it's there.
Okay. That is so strange. I haven't changed any of my settings.
Yeah. I wonder if it's because I switched to offline and came back.
Oh.
Okay, so let's pick it up again, I guess.
Yeah.
They thought, what if the two transistors never had to go through manufacturing together? That sounds obvious now, but it wasn't. Instead of building both transistors on the same wafer, IBM split the job into two. One wafer carries the lower transistor, a completely separate wafer carries the upper one. Each now can be manufactured independently. Only after both are finished, engineers try to fuse them into a single one. It sounds elegant, but actually making it work took decades. And here is the crazy part. No one's screwing these two wafers together. They just stick together. But why? Because when two atomically smooth surfaces get close enough, their atoms begin attracting each other through tiny forces called van der Waals forces.
That is wild.
So small they act like magnets. It's
Yeah. Right. It's the same way that gecko feet work,
yeah.
but it's holding a chip together.
Yeah. For those who don't know what the gecko feed is, go read Van Neumann's War by Travis Taylor.
Or look up gecko feet. I think Z Frank has a pretty good video on it.
Oh, it's a real thing now?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
not that tech. Well, actually, yes, that technology is a thing. I think I'm not entirely sure how prevalent it is. I know there were some outfits making like remote control cars and stuff that could go up walls using it. It's kind of a hard thing to do with materials.
I imagine.
I've seen guys do like one guy was taking Fresnel lenses, so like those magnifying glass sheets, and he would pour silicone on them, and you could get kind of the same effect out of them.
Okay.
But the biggest problem is keeping the surface clean enough and not picking up dust all the time.
Yeah, which is kind of impossible to do outside of controlled conditions.
Yeah, or figure out how nature does it.
Yeah.
Like gecko toes are self-cleaning.
That's true. That's true. Geckos are weird. They're cool.
All kinds of weird stuff in this wonderful universe.
Yeah, and that's just on our planet. Like,
Yeah,
who knows what's out there?
One atom barely pulls at all, but across trillions of atoms touching at the same time, those tiny forces become strong enough to hold an entire wafer together. It's almost as two silicon wafers want to become one. But if we heat it, new chemical bonds form. The atoms rearrange and two separate wafers become one device.
and that works too. Get it the preset with van der Waals, and then hot glue it all together.
Yeah.
Um,
And make sure it doesn't come apart.
Well, but when it says that, I wonder how much of it is the wet van der Waals force, and how much of it is just you have two super smooth surfaces meeting together, and they just stick.
Some of both, mate, probably.
Yeah, because one thing when I learned went to my machining course, there are these things called gauge blocks,
Okay.
and they're ultra precise blocks that they come in different thicknesses, and they're for testing your gauges to make sure they are accurate. And sometimes you can use them to, like, when you're doing setup stuff that needs to be precise, you can do that. But they're high polish finished, so you can stick you put two of them together and twist, and they'll stay stuck together because it forces all the air out from between those surfaces.
Okay.
And basically they're held together with air pressure.
That is, I didn't know that was a process.
Yeah.
That's
also why you don't, when you're doing the chamber in a gun, you don't want a mirror polished chamber.
okay.
Because as soon as you do that, the brass will expand in the chamber and get stuck.
Okay.
And stuck to the point where your extractor can't pull it out.
And then you need a gunsmith.
Yep. And you got to do it the hard way because it will hold the cartridge so hard, it more than likely will tear the back end off the cartridge.
And then it's even harder.
Yeah. Unless you know the trick. Yes, I know the trick. I came up with the trick.
What is the trick?
You use there's a metal. It's called a slugging compound, or for casting chambers.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, if you have a chamber that you don't know anything about, you melt this stuff and pour it in.
Mm-hmm.
So what I do is I just get an earplug, stick it down just ahead of the throat of the cartridge, fill it full of chamber casting compound, and then hammer it out with a brass rod.
Okay.
Super slick, and you don't risk scratching up the chamber using a threaded process.
That's smart.
Had to do that a few times.
Yeah. Yeah. Didn't you say once that mid 2010s Marlins had that issue a lot, where you had to pull stuck cartridges out of chambers?
Maybe.
No, that's 15 years ago.
Yeah, it works way better than a chamber puller. That's for a cartridge puller.
Okay.
And, like, I think one of the things that other people have done is they'll get, like, a tap and very carefully try and tap the cartridge, then pull it out. But that is super sketchy because you can scratch the chamber super easily.
Mm-hmm.
And that's even harder to fix.
Good to know.
Yeah. All kinds of fun.
That is the basic idea behind the wafer bonding. Simple enough to explain, but crazy complicated to manufacture. Fortunately, not everything is so complicated to build. Recently, I've been using Make to build AI agents to automate parts of my workflow. One of the biggest challenges in my work is staying on the top of the latest research in AI and semiconductors. Every day, I would read dozens of research papers, newsletters, and industry sources just to make sure I wasn't missing anything. So I would be...
Yeah, and right now, that's kind of a hot topic in industry.
Yeah.
Everybody's chasing AI and the stuff to make AI.
Yeah.
And it's, once Terafab gets going, holy crap, things are going to get wild. Like, think of the development cadence that SpaceX does, but for computer chips.
That's... Yeah, that's going to be like a new industrial revolution.
Yeah. And it's going to be even wilder because they won't have to wait for specific times of year to test the product.
That other people have to wait specific times a year?
Well, I mean, in terms of the rocket stuff.
Oh, yeah, because they're going to be launching multiple times a day.
Yeah. Well, like, you don't have to wait for a launch window to test a computer chip.
Yeah, and you don't have to compete with other people.
Yeah.
Like if you launch it with NASA, you're going to have to compete for space.
Yeah.
Their stuff launches so slowly.
But with Terafab, everything is in-house from the sounds of things. And like the way the industry is right now, so TSMC, everybody kind of contracts their stuff through them. Each one has their own like development fab or foundry. But for main production, it's got to go to TSMC. TSMC has to make it. Then it gets sent. I think everything up to cutting them out of the wafer is done at TSMC, and then those products go out to companies to package them.
Okay.
So that's more lead time required. Whereas with Terafab, it will go from cutting them out of the wafer to packaging within the same building.
Yeah, and they could probably build it not that far from launch pads too. Cut down on shipping time.
Yeah. Well, considering their all the Terafab stuff is going to be for the AI or for the orbital data center, or a lot of it will be. Granted, it'll be interesting to see what they come up with, because I don't think they're going to be running. They won't be running this super fine low nanometer technology for it, because it's got to be radiation hardened.
Yeah, it's got to be robust, because you can't just go open a hatch and fix it.
Yeah. Well, it's got to be robust, and it's got to be stable when the errant particle zips through it.
Yeah.
And if your power runs are 15 atoms across, and some big fucker of a hydrogen atom zips through and knocks out a dozen of them at a time.
Yeah, or a micrometeorite slams into the containment vessel.
Yeah.
Then it doesn't take that much force to knock around a couple atoms.
Yeah.
Even if they don't get hit directly.
So they'll be more robust on the chip side and more robust in the packaging.
Yeah.
Which means the chips are going to be bigger for the processing required. But on the flip side, infinite power, infinite space.
Yep.
Effectively.
Yeah, one of the first steps towards making a Dyson sphere.
Yep. Onward.
Build an AI research agent with Make. It reads the same sources I normally follow, finds the most interesting ones, summarizes them, and then sends me a daily email. What used to take hours every day now happens automatically. One feature I like particularly is the reasoning panel. It shows me how AI reached its conclusions and which
that's
sources
handy.
it used. And I don't use sources I can't verify, and I expect the same from my AI.
That's kind of why I went with Grok over anyone else, was it actually showed where it was getting its stuff from.
Yeah. Yeah, when you're looking into academic and history stuff, you need sources.
Honestly, if you're looking into anything, you need sources.
Yeah. Yeah. Otherwise, it's just, because it can just make stuff up if it wants.
Yeah. And we know that's bitten some people in the ass.
Yeah. Even the government's starting to get figure that out.
Well, I think there was at least one legal case where
Yes. Didn't that go into the Supreme Court or one of the state Supreme Courts?
It was pretty high up, I think. But yeah, the prosecution had, I think it was the prosecution put together their case using ChatGPT, and ChatGPT made up a lot of fucking bullshit.
Can't remember. Didn't that prosecutor get disbarred?
Probably.
They should get disbarred for doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, like, don't get it wrong. AI could be spectacular in fields like law.
There's so much information.
Because there is so much information. The thing is, you have to have an AI built not to hallucinate more.
Mm-hmm.
It has to be a completely referential system.
Or if it does hallucinate, at least you know when you look at the sources that is coming up with bullshit, or it's coming up with sources that were made with bullshit.
And I think that was the big thing is that lawyer put together the case, said, haha, I've got my case. Didn't bother to look where the ChatGPT was getting its information from.
Yeah. Lawyers.
Don't need them, but somehow they exist.
Yeah. Yeah, if we didn't live in such a litigious society, they would be living in Portland homeless in a tent.
Yeah. Or maybe they'd amount to something useful in society.
They're smart enough. They could... If you go through law school, you got to be smart. You got to be stubborn and persistent.
Yeah.
That could be used for so much more good.
They could go become accountants.
Yeah.
Although we don't really need too many of those guys either.
Yeah. Although I'm hoping AI makes them cheaper.
Yeah. It's gonna be wild, man, when somebody comes up with an AI that knows the U.S. tax code and knows where to find all the loopholes.
Yeah. Then you just need someone who knows how to parse through the information and understands whether the loopholes are bullshit or not.
Yeah, well, and you use that person to train your AI.
Yeah. Even trained AI isn't infallible, though. I mean,
No.
You still got to have a knowledgeable...
Cross-reference it, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but you don't need a team of low-end accountants and bookkeepers and stuff to parse through all the information. You just have an AI and maybe a couple assistants, and you're good. That'll reduce overhead like crazy.
Which will beg the question of how you train new accountants, new chief accountants, but...
That is one of the problems that we're going to be running into, is you're going to... The pool getting smaller means that there's going to be fewer people who will become CPAs, and it's... Yeah. Yeah, reducing employee pools is not great for the future.
It's the balance that needs to be struck.
Yeah, and right now we're still figuring it out.
Apprenticeships. I think that's the way to go.
I think apprenticeships is way better, way better than a strict 4-year college tuition thing, because you're actually learning from the source how everything works, instead of, oh, this is the theory. In 4 years, it'll all be changed by the time you start working.
Yeah. Academia is a slow and ponderous beast.
That's what colleges used to be for. It was just academics. You went to colleges and universities solely to learn, not to go get a job.
Yeah. And if you wanted to learn underwater basket weaving, you'd go to an underwater basket weaver.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, for a hell of a lot less tuition.
Yep.
AI workflows. On Make, I've also built a stock market watchdog that monitors the stocks, ETFs, and other assets I'm interested in, and it only alerts me when there is a significant move, then automatically cross-checks the news to explain what caused it. In this way, I can constantly stay informed.
Reminds me, I should check
the markets
what
and that is
the XAI stock is at.
You can
Or SpaceX stock is at.
Support agent or
Yeah.
an automated
Apparently it
sales
dropped
assistant.
because they failed to launch yesterday.
AI agent or workflow you
Oh.
can imagine. Make also offers Make Great feature, the visual scenario builder and different action modules, Notion for research digests, Q&A briefs, and content
Which
tracking.
is kind of dumb because it stopped. It didn't blow up.
Discord or Slack for internal
Yeah.
applications. I use Make.
Yeah, it's not like they lost anything.
Yeah.
But stock market's kind of dumb like
It has a
that.
visual interface, connects with over 3,000
It,
apps, and lets you automate almost anything in
3
just
seconds into
build
count
your
or
own AI workflows,
launch,
get 1 month
they
plan for free
lit and
with
stopped
10,000 operations included. No credit
because
card.
4 engines didn't light.
Link in the description box below. At this point, I thought the physics was the hardest part.
They laid a bunch of people off. The stocks would grow.
Enemy wasn't hit.
Yeah,
it wasn't alignment. It was one microscopic speck of dust.
We're back.
Smaller than a
Sorry.
red physics was the hollow. At this point, I thought the physics was the hardest part. But I was wrong. The biggest enemy wasn't hit. It wasn't alignment. It was one microscopic speck of dust, smaller
Yep.
than a red blood cell, yet enough to destroy an entire bond. And suddenly, everything else made sense. The insane polishing, the cleaning, the vacuum chambers, the alignment tools, every step exists for one reason: to stop one invisible particle from getting between the wafers. Because once that happens, months of engineering can be lost. And that is why chip factories are among the cleanest places humans have ever built. Then comes the next impossible task. Imagine trying to
That's where building stuff in space might really help.
Yeah, way fewer dust particles up there.
Well, easier to control them.
So much easier to control. I mean, it's airtight. You're not going to get stray particles coming in.
Well, you don't even need to make it airtight. You could just space vacuum.
That's true. That's true. If you're doing automation, if there's not a bunch of people up there, it doesn't need to be airtight except for maybe a few areas.
And most of this stuff is very automated.
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think
humans could only fuck up stuff that are subatomic.
if you look at these facilities, it's the people there are monitoring the machine equipment. They're not actually touching the wafers for the most part.
That's true.
So you do it,
Yeah.
you build a fab in space. Yeah, there's going to be certain issues with heat, particularly.
I am looking forward to the astronaut field all of a sudden booming.
Yeah. Once they figure out how to make working in space the same level of difficulty as working on an oil rig, things are going to get, we're really going to take a leap.
All of a sudden, Armageddon no longer looks so
So far-fetched.
so far fetched.
And really, it's probably even safer than diving.
Absolutely, there are way fewer deaths in space than there are in pressure containment facilities underwater.
Well, not only that, there's a lot less things to go wrong. Don't get it wrong. There are things that can go wrong. But by and large, you don't have to be dealing with wildlife for one.
Mm-hmm.
Or suddenly space shifts current.
Yeah. And if someone accidentally opens a hatch, you're not going to go through like a slurry through straw through a tiny opening.
Yep. You got to worry about a 1 atmosphere pressure drop at most.
Yeah.
Not a 5 to 10 or more.
Those are survivable accidents. It's not instantaneous death. At pressure underneath the ocean, there's no saving you.
You can get squished in a hurry, or if you come up, you go the opposite direction in a hurry.
Yeah. If Apollo 13, if the same thing would have happened in a submarine a couple kilometers under the water,
Oh, they'd be toast.
they'd be toast.
And
Dead.
you wouldn't know it, you'd know it when the radio shut off.
Yeah, it would have been the Atlas submersible all over again.
Oof.
Oh, that's a strange sound.
Yeah, go get the rescue boat.
Yeah.
Go get the salvage crew. Don't bother calling the rescue boat.
Call the rescue boat just in case. Just in case they somehow are alive.
Yeah.
Maybe that was a different sound. Maybe. Nope. They are under the sea. It's the Little Mermaid song.
Yeah.
Align billions of transistors without being able to see a single one. Only when every layer is perfectly aligned do the wafers finally touch. And here is the terrifying part. There isn't a second attempt. If they are wrong, the wafers are gone. And that's when I realized that the real innovation isn't the bonding, it's everything engineers had to do and the wafer had to go through before they can even touch. But somehow they made it work. For years, bonding was something engineers did after the important work was finished. But IBM turned it into part of the transistor itself. And once you understand what you're looking at, you start seeing this technology everywhere. First, inside your phone's camera. Your camera sensor isn't one chip anymore. It's actually two. One captures the light and the other processes the image. Then it is inside all AI chips, inside incredibly fast HBM high-bandwidth memory feeding today's GPUs. And it's also built by stacking layers, up to 14 layers in fact. Then it's inside flash storage. You see, suddenly you couldn't stop seeing it. It's everywhere. In completely different products, done by completely different companies, the same hidden idea. Until now, that idea meant stacking finished chips. But IBM pushed it somewhere much harder, inside the transistor. And that's how they built what they call the world's first 0.7nm chip. The architecture is called nanostack. At first, it sounds like another step in the nanometer race, getting us to 7 angstrom milestone. But I actually think it's the opposite, because for years we've been obsessed with making transistors smaller. 5nm glass technology, 3nm, 2nm. But here is what most people don't know. Those numbers haven't described the physical size of a transistor for years. They are in fact technology generation labels representing the overall capability of the process, like the performance and the drive current.
Yeah, so here we have I think 90 nanometer was what we had in the 90s.
Okay.
And then they
wish they had years on the bottom telling.
Yeah, that would have been nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure like the 90s was when the 90 nanometer came or went commercial. And it's like, now they're looking at angstroms. Which, an angstrom pretty much is atomic width.
Okay. I did not know that.
It's not quite blah, 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 blah. A plank width, but actually, I think plank width is the smallest measure we figure we can measure
So far,
so far.
we just keep pushing the envelope.
Like, and plank width is like the quark of measurements.
Okay. Yeah, that's small. That's
It's like it's the smallest measurement we figure can be measured.
oh man.
And yeah, it's like
There's a non-0% chance in our lifetime that they'll be able to start measuring smaller than that.
potentially, yeah.
Rather than
Just have to keep the wheels on civilization going for a bit longer.
Yeah. Just keep the Fermi paradox away.
Yeah. Don't get filtered.
one particular
Yes.
dimension. And I know that might be frustrating, but this technology, nanostack technology, suggests that in the future we won't ask anymore how we can squeeze transistors even further, but how can we fit even more compute into the same space. And that's exactly what IBM is trying to do. If only nanostack can be manufactured at scale, then the same chip could hold almost twice as many transistors, which means more computing without making the chip any larger. IBM projects up to 50% higher performance, 70% lower power consumption, and around 40% denser.
That 70% less power consumption. That's huge.
That's huge, especially when you're talking about increased performance and wow.
Well, what's
Especially when you're talking about these giant databases,
the data center? Well,
data centers. Yeah.
if you're so like a chip, say you've got 1 kilowatt of processing power, then you upgrade to a chip like this. That 1 kilowatt effectively becomes like 106 or 1.7 kilowatts of processing power at an extra 50% of output.
Yeah.
I'm probably botching it up, but now what's this last 40%?
SRAM memory. That may sound less exciting. SRAM, higher performance, 70% lower power consumption, and around 40% denser SRAM memory.
Okay, so 40% denser. So a smaller package, which means you can pack more into a chip.
hmm
But again,
That's
that 70% power reduction.
gonna be huge.
'Cause, like
Even
that's the killer, is power consumption, because power consumption, you need to feed it, and also that's the heat that you have to get rid of.
yeah. Yeah, they might still produce the same amount of heat, but there's going to be so much more of them.
Yeah.
Going to be more efficient
Well,
with heat they produce.
it's going to produce less heat, so you can pack in more of them.
Yeah. Yeah,
And-
because you're packing in way more, you're still going to get the heat
and
in the end, but it's going to be so much more efficient with the amount that you're packing into a single structure.
and your cooling budget goes down too,
Yeah.
which that's where I think arguably you're spending more energy on cooling these things than you're actually feeding them.
That makes sense. Okay.
That's why there's water issues or perceived water issues with data centers. is they need to use water to cool the hardware.
Mm-hmm.
The higher end data centers, like I think what we're seeing are like a mid-tier data center using advanced chips, so they can get away with using water cooling. The higher end stuff was using liquid nitrogen.
Okay.
And that takes a lot more to cool off than water.
Yeah, just cooling it requires energy.
Because cryogenics are a pain in the butt.
Yep.
That may sound less exciting, but for AI applications, this is one of the biggest advantages, because AI processors and AI GPUs, they aren't like ancient Greek philosophers. They aren't spending all their day thinking. They have a commuting problem, because they spend most of their energy moving data between memory and the logic. So if we can bring that memory physically closer, and suddenly the process spends less time waiting and less energy moving information around. But we should be very careful, because this isn't the chip.
We're arguing literally light speed lag in the chips.
Yeah.
Like, I know it's not quite light speed, but it's damn close.
Very close to light speed, and that, I mean, when it comes to huge compute, that makes a difference.
Yeah.
But
Because if you have to get your data from something that's, well, even like 6 inches apart is a huge different distance at these scales.
mm-hmm.
And then it's got to go back. And it all takes time. It doesn't take much time by our frame of reference, but it takes time.
When it has millions and millions and millions of
Processes.
Processes queued up.
Well, trillions.
It adds up trillions, yeah.
I think right now the benchmark is in the teraflops.
Okay.
So tera is basically trillion. A flop is a floating point operation. I'm not entirely sure what that actually means, but basically, I think essentially it's how fast it processes per second.
Okay.
So a trillion operations. I think like the big ones, like the Craze, and I want to say the record holder right now, or at least the record holder a few years ago, was like 134 teraflops per second.
Mm-hmm.
Which is just, if a person can't contemplate scales of that size, they won't get it. Because it's just, it's nuts.
That's coming to your next laptop. IBM has shown that this architecture can actually work. Now comes the question that decides if nanosecond technology can make it or will stay in the lab. Can anyone manufacture billions of these transistors reliably and scale? Because in semiconductor industry, coming up with the idea has often been the easy part. Mass producing it changes the world. Which is why the companies I will be watching more closely aren't IBM, but Austrian EV Group and Tokyo Electron. Because when this technology becomes the future, their machines will be the ones making it possible. Well, now, we've spent 60 years asking how small can we make the transistor. And now we're coming to the time when the biggest breakthroughs are not happening inside the transistor, but it's happening between them. Between one silicon layer and another, and eventually across entire computing stack. And if IBM is right, this tiny white line can become the next frontier in computing. If you enjoyed this video, please hype it and now watch how China is trying to rewrite the entire scaling roadmap with yet another scaling approach, or watch this video about the new semiconductor material that could replace silicon. And by the way, it's already on the official roadmaps. I think you're gonna enjoy both. Love you guys, and I'm gonna see you in the next one. Ciao.
The absolute wild technology, and again, we might see it within our lifetimes, will be superconductor processors at this, call it a 15 angstrom die size or transistor size.
This is incredible. It's kind of awe-inspiring and mentally taxing to think about.
Basically, that kind of chip, you could put a Cray supercomputer into something the size of a Game Boy.
Holy shit.
Now, the real mind-boggling thing is, what would we use that much compute for?
It's a lot of compute.
It's a lot of compute.
AI music videos.
Yeah.
Leaf's going to buy up most of the compute.
Oh, AI music videos, AI movies. Like, anybody will be able to make a Hollywood quality movie, at least in terms of like special effects or VFX, and maybe acting. That's harder to say.
Yeah. Are they going to be able to get past on? They could probably do anime stuff, because that you don't really get Uncanny Valley much from a lot of the anime. But realistic models over a 2-hour period, it would be tough.
I think the thing is performance. I think we'll see like the far future, what's remains of Hollywood, or the traditional filmmaking thing, is we'll see more off-the-wall actors, because the ones that can follow a script will by and large be replaced by AI actors.
Yeah.
So we'll probably see more people like Jim Carrey and Robin Williams.
I was thinking Robin Williams too.
Versus your Brad Pitts and your Tom Cruises.
Yeah, because AI can follow a script. It's that human element that Robin Williams and Jim Carrey had, and a few others have had, like Mel Gibson. They made movies better with what they contributed.
Yeah. Now, Mel Gibson with that level of AI would clean frickin' house.
Yes. Yeah, and he'd be able to do it affordably.
Yeah, and that's the big thing, is affordably.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Hollywood screwed itself because it's basically made itself unaffordable.
Mm-hmm. It's the same thing we're seeing in the gaming industry right now, with all these AAA titles.
Arguably, it's probably worse because Hollywood has a high level of unionization and that whole guild system.
I mean, so do a lot of European gaming, Ubisoft, comes to mind.
But that's relatively new. I think within the last 5-10 years that the unions have tried to push their ways into video games.
Yeah, it doesn't have its roots in the 1910s and 20s.
Yeah. Yeah, because it's like the unions and stuff in Hollywood probably do date back to when the Pinkertons were really active.
Mm-hmm. The Pinkertons. I forget they exist every now and then, and then I remember. It's like, oh man,
They still exist.
do they still exist?
Yeah.
Okay, they're just not as prevalent.
And I think the last one I saw about the Pinkertons was had to do with the video game industry.
That's recent. Yeah. Yeah. What do you think, Chad? Do you think the Pinkertons are going to make a comeback and just clean up house in other industries in the coming years? Am I going to become a Pinkerton? We'll see. The next exciting episode of
Scarier than the Outlaws. Let's see. Yeah, judge overturns Denver's decision to revoke Pinkerton's security license.
Gotta love the PRC, People's Republic of Colorado.
Decision to revoke Pinkerton Security's license. This is all related to the deadly shooting of a protester by a Pinkerton guard in October of 2020. Charges against that guard were dropped just this past March, though the city revoked the license last July. If upheld, this decision means Pinkerton would be allowed to operate in Denver again. The city's attorney tells us that it is reviewing the decision and it will announce the next steps after that review.
Yeah, they didn't really disappear. They just went quiet.
Yeah.
But then again, they weren't having to union bust all the time.
Yeah.
Still kind of shitty people, though.
Yeah. Yeah, they were involved in killing the only assassinated United States governor. That was in Idaho.
Huh.
The nature of their involvement is not known or disclosed, but they were involved.
Yeah, they've been around for a while.
Mm. You know, it's too bad we didn't see Pinkertons more in Iraq. I mean, can you imagine that instead of Blackwater, it's just Pinkerton?
For all we know, Blackwater is the Pinkertons.
You know, I wouldn't be surprised if they had roots in the Pinkertons.
Yeah, just maybe somebody who branched off the Pinkertons and changed the name for different PR or for better PR optics.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. You know, there's a universe where Blackwater became the Wagner group of the West.
Just like
Yeah.
I think that's where they wanted to scale up to, and then it just didn't happen.
Well, you've got totally different operators too.
Mm-hmm.
Like the Wagner group wasn't it pretty much run by a Russian oligarch?
I believe so.
Which, well, were they operating during the Cold War, or were they post-Cold War?
I don't know. I know they've been around for quite a while. I just don't know if they were Soviet era.
Yeah. It's like they might have popped up in the mid-90s, maybe? if
Yeah,
they
during
weren't already operating in Russia.
Mhm.
Like what it could have been is it was a cohesive unit of the Red Army, and then when everything went to shit, they went and mercenaried for a while, and when Putin popped back up or got into power, they cozied up to him, and now he had his own convenient semi-official military force ready to go.
You know, that would have been such a cool arc for Balalaika and her crew in Black Lagoon.
I still need to watch that.
Oh yeah, one of the best animes out there.
So going back to join the Russians.
Yeah, that would have been. Oh, that sounds cool.
Write it, man.
I might have to write it.
Just gotta file off the serial numbers.
Yeah.
Okay, well.
Yeah, I have ideas. I have ideas spinning in my head. But Wagner Group might be a future Reacts video talking about their history.
We need to start making a list.
Yeah. I'll find something for the stream fodder folder.
Sounds good. So this is the last one I've had lined up.
Okay.
This is about an outfit that is making stuff in orbit and bringing it back. And it's actually maybe getting into the commercial market.
Okay, this is going to be cool.
These are a handful of ones that have actually flown to space and back. Our first mission, our third mission, and then our fifth mission that went up to space.
First commercial deal in space.
First commercial deal for manufacturing a physical product in space with like a large publicly traded company. By the way, the first of many deals we've got coming down the pipe.
Let's go. Jordan Kessel, Goanna Capital. BARDA is the only company manufacturing drugs in space and bringing them back to Earth. That's not a pitch. They've already done it. Delian, how you doing?
Hey man, how's it going? Welcome to
So I wonder who they're riding with.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was SpaceX.
More than likely.
They're becoming the main trucking company of space. I love this. Drug dealers from space.
Yeah. Just imagine what kind of meth you could cook in zero gravity.
Imagine being able to sell that on the streets. Like, yeah, this ain't your normal meth.
This is space meth.
That's why it's $10 more per ounce.
Thanks for having
whatever.
me. Of course. So we're here with Delian, co-founder of Varda Space. For those who don't know anything about it, tell me what you're building.
We basically build these 300-kilogram space factories that produce pharmaceutical product up in the microgravity environment of low Earth orbit. Up there, you have totally different physics than what you have down here on Earth, and so you get completely different results because of that can improve the performance of various pharmaceuticals.
Well, we're here in El Segundo, California at your facility. I'd love to take a look and learn more.
Yeah, let's take you around. One cool thing about our space company is we've actually flown stuff to space and come back down on the ground. So these are a handful of our last couple missions. This is W5, 3, W2, and W1 with signatures from all the folks that were involved in those missions. This is our mission control. Right now we don't have any spacecraft up in orbit, so just empty room.
Talk to me about what actually...
Yeah, that would kind of suck if they lost one of those things.
Yeah.
Like
end up in a Rico case.
Yeah. Well, I don't know what kind of drugs they're making, but they're probably not cheap.
Probably not cheap, and they're probably controlled, if not just by prescription.
Or they're like super. Well, they would be super pricey.
Yeah.
We're still looking at a few $1,000s per kilogram to orbit.
actually happens with the medication that's different, making it there than making it on Earth?
I think it's helpful to understand, which is like an analogy from a larger chemical system that is not just a drug. Think a glass of water with an ice cube in it. When you put an ice cube in a glass of water down here on Earth, you know naturally that that ice cube is going to float to the top of that cup. Why? That ice cube is lighter than basically the heavy water that's around it, and when we're inside of this gravitational field down here on Earth, lighter things move up, heavier things move down. When you're up in space, there is no gravity. So if you put that ice cube in the middle of that glass of water, it'll just stay there because there is no such thing as up or down. And so you can think of what's happening up there is you're removing what's known as density-driven transport. So things like sedimentation, convection, or what's causing that ice cube to float, buoyancy, do not exist up there. So there's not these things where if there's different light versus heavy things in a system, they don't get moved around. And turns out that allows you to have things that are light and heavy right next to each other, but they'll just stay there right next to each other. And that gives you a very different chemical result than what you have down here on Earth.
The massive facility.
Now I kind of want to know what a ice cube grown in space would look like.
Yeah, would it be more crystallized looking?
Or like more clear?
Yeah.
One day, maybe. One day we'll find out.
Assuming we don't find out in this video.
Yeah.
Yeah, here's a picture of what I'm talking about. What?
Yeah.
Holy cow.
Like it begs the question of like, just on the level of detail, if you're writing a science fiction story and you like do the whole come across a ship and everybody's on board's been killed and the thing's been vented to atmosphere, like what's the blood trail gonna look like?
Yeah. Yeah, we have theories, but we've never seen it.
It's like what's the forensic detailing of a raided spaceship gonna be?
How much more will blood squirt in a vacuum? Because then you have all the pressure inside the body releasing that blood out.
I guess liquids don't splash in vacuum.
Oh. They don't, do they?
I think I just figured out another quick thing to look at when we're done this.
Here.
Yeah, so this is our primary HQ. It's about 60,000 square feet. We got very lucky. We signed this lease in the depths of the 2021 COVID market, way under market. We definitely are now packed in like sardines here, so we had to open up a second facility where we do a lot of our pharmaceutical work. That's just down the block, about 10,000 square feet. And then we also just signed another lease for a 200,000 square foot facility. We're actually taking over one of the old Mattel buildings where they actually literally did Barbie manufacturing. So we're making a Barbie plant into a space drugs and arms plant. That's going to be a fun weekend.
I love it. Oh, shit.
Mattel used to make guns. Now they make space guns. Not really, but...
Space guns and drugs.
Uh,
Barbie. The space drug dealer version.
he can do anything.
Yeah.
Allow us to now have everybody back under the same roof again.
Amazing.
This is our primary clean room.
It's time to cook, Stacy.
Dressed like Walter White.
Yeah.
This is where we do all of the assembly and manufacturing of our satellite systems. So I'll point out basically what these things look like. Right here in front of us is what's known as our satellite bus. So this is basically what provides all the primary power, communications, propulsion, GPS chip, flight computer, everything that you need to operate up in space is inside of that bus. The second part of the spacecraft is what you can see in that back one, basically the top half. That's the reentry pod. That's basically when everything is done, that's the pod that basically survives and comes back down to the ground effectively with the finished goods.
Okay.
So it's sort of like a two-part, sort of spacecraft.
And you're the only manufacturer making medicine in space and bringing it down to Earth.
Yeah, what's crazy?
That's a really smart idea right there.
I love capitalism.
is for the past, like, basically 50 years, there's been 3 ways for space companies to make money. You either have government contracts, you provide internet to Earth, or you take photos of the Earth. That is it. That is the only way that any space company has ever made money. We recently, just about 2 weeks ago, announced a partnership with United Therapeutics. They're a $25 billion publicly traded pharmaceutical company that focuses on pulmonary health. So think like, sort of lung, blood, etc. We're working across 10 different molecules with them, and that partnership is the first time that there's been a new business model in space ever. So we're literally
first commercial deal in space.
First commercial deal for manufacturing a physical product in space with like a large publicly traded company. By the way, the first of many deals that we've got coming down the pipe.
Let's go. So now it's my understanding they come down looking.
Which it's nice to see more products being thought up to make in space.
Yeah. And this is going to pave the way. Them and SpaceX.
Like
People are going to start thinking outside of our atmosphere now, more and more.
Well, the big one will be when someone like General Electric decides to start making turbine fins in space.
Heckler and Koch, literally making out space magic.
Yeah. Like crystallization is a huge process, and it just gets so much easier in zero gravity.
Yeah.
So like the reason General Electric makes the best, General Electric and Rolls-Royce make the best turbines is because the blades that sit in the combustion stage are made from a nickel alloy that is, the whole part is monocrystalline.
Okay.
Which is very hard to do and just outright nuts when pretty much every metal we use daily is polycrystalline. So basically, like, think of it as like having a fistful of sand that's been compressed versus a full crystal of solid quartz.
Okay.
And they're doing that with nickel.
I shook my head and blinked. I'm just like, okay, yeah, okay, this is impressive.
When I was at school, did she have? Well, I had a material sciences class, and that's when I first learned about monocrystalline components. And like now it's routine for them to make them. They know the process. They have the recipe. But it's some of the early stuff. Sometimes they wouldn't completely crystallize, or they wouldn't turn into a single crystal. They'd be two crystals. Which, that's even worse than being polycrystalline, because where the two crystals stick together is a huge weak spot.
Okay.
So it will, like, you could take something that, if it was monocrystalline, can withstand ridiculous forces going like tens of thousands of RPM in 3,000 degree heat. But if it's got two crystals, you can break it in your hand.
That's not good if you're putting it in a plane.
No. No, that turns into foreign object debris in a right hurry.
Yeah.
Well, it wouldn't be foreign object debris, but internal object debris.
And then you have a very expensive crash.
Yep.
like this, but they go up. You partner with SpaceX, correct?
Yes. Imagine with United Therapeutics, there's a whole long process of working with their drugs. First, they send us the drug that they want improved in microgravity. That first goes to our pharmaceutical lab down the block. There, we study the drug. We figure out how does gravity affect it, right? You know, when I gave that ice cube example, you have to figure out what do you do in space without gravity that makes the drug better. Then once we figure that out, we then have to basically think of it as like bioprocessing equipment. It kind of looks like the type of equipment that you do the tests on the ground, but ours has to like fit inside the spacecraft, survive the SpaceX launch, etc. Put the drug inside of that basically bioreactor. That bioreactor goes inside one of those pods. Pods gets attached to the satellite.
That's going to be a challenge.
Yeah.
You have to isolate it from vibrations and the acceleration of Mach fuck.
Yeah, that takes rigid components and turns them into broken components real easily.
Yeah, if you don't do things right. And then on top of it, you're dealing with probably delicate liquids and stuff that probably don't take too well to being hyper or ultrasonically vibrated.
Yeah, and then you got the glass. I'm assuming it's glass containers because.
Yeah, that's potentially might be glass lined. Might.
Yeah.
I would say might be titanium, but probably not. Well, glass lined titanium, well, maybe.
Yeah, for sterilization purposes.
Yeah. On structural purposes.
Yeah, with the titanium.
On the other hand, if heat processing is required, titanium might not be the best option for that. Because titanium is freaking weird, and it's actually acts more as an insulator than a conductor.
Oh. Titanium's weird.
Yeah.
It's like a magic metal.
Yeah, that catches fire if you look at it wrong.
People say that we don't live in a fantasy magic world, but we got rocks that think, and we got metals that just light on fire.
Yeah. And rocks that just generate heat for no discernible reason.
Yeah. Yeah. Mana, uranium, same thing, right?
Insufficiently understood technology is indistinguishable by magic or from magic.
Yeah. Yeah. And even things that we think we understand is still magic.
Like, I still don't really understand how computer chips work. Electricity goes in, stuff comes out, but I don't know how the in-between works.
Mm-hmm. I don't think a lot of people who work with them really understand. They just go with it. Just like, yeah, this is what the end product is. Isn't it cool?
Yeah. Oh, that's been pretty common across history.
Yeah. It's like, yeah, I just know if I do this, I cast Fireball.
Yeah.
I make a rock think. That the two are not that different. They're just mages of different flavors.
Yeah. But like, yeah, titanium is a weird one. It's a pain to machine because it doesn't absorb the heat. It forces the tool that you're using to work it absorb the heat.
Mm-hmm.
So that can cause problems. But the nozzles in your 3D printer, they're actually 3 pieces of metal.
Okay, go on.
You've got this hardened steel tip that the filament gets pushed through. You've got the tube that it gets fed into. And in between, there's a little bit of titanium that's used as a heat break to make it less likely that the filament in the tube that it's being fed into doesn't melt.
Okay. Interesting.
assuming the yours uses the same sort of nozzles as the other bamboos.
I believe so. I believe they're using identical nozzles. It's just a different.
Which would make sense.
Yeah.
No point in complicating things by using different parts.
That's one of the things that's great about bamboo is that so many. You're just buying stuff off a spare part shelf.
Yeah.
It's like a lot of cars. Comes from similar part bins. A lot of the components.
Cruces are like that too. They just weren't as accessible, I think, as the bamboo stuff was. That's changing now, but
yeah,
that's because bamboo kind of stepped up and put out something really spectacular for a really good price. It forced everybody to up their game.
Yeah, they basically took something that was a very small, expensive market and they turned it into an appliance.
Yeah. Well, they took it from hobby to anybody can use this.
Mm-hmm.
Because I know before the bamboo came out, I kept reading horror stories about like Creality stuff. Oh, I've got to level my bed. Oh, this isn't working. Oh, this isn't working. It was like the bamboo was like, yeah, we do the bed leveling automatically, and if it screws up, our thing will stop because it's got spaghetti detection and oh, and we were super fast. 300 millimeter acceleration per second. And or was that 300 millimeters per second velocity with 1,000 millimeters per second squared acceleration?
I know it's a pretty big number. I had to slow it down for my Edgy.
Yeah.
Because it just wasn't printing right.
Well, yours is also a bed slinger too, so
yeah, that was one of the issues.
When you're I never really cared for let's move the part, not the thing making the part.
Yeah, but I think when I get my next one, when I upgrade in future, it won't be a bed slinger, and it'll be one that's contained.
Core XY.
Yeah, I like the ones that you can use ABS with.
Yeah. Well, the Prusas, especially since now they're partnering with an outfit called Index.
Mm-hmm.
So they're putting together a thing with like up to 12 a 12 nozzle tool changer.
Okay.
So instead of having to like pull the filament out and put new one into one nozzle, it's got 12 nozzles that you can have 12 different filaments in.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, so that you can do multicolor stuff, and it just pops in, or does the thing, goes back to zero, swaps to the next nozzle, does the color it needs to do, and then you don't have any waste.
And you're not waking up in the morning and it stopped because it didn't feed right.
Yeah. Well, that might still be a thing, but might be less likely.
Yeah.
Yeah, fun things.
Then this satellite plus pod system gets shipped out to a SpaceX facility, typically on the California coast up in Vandenberg. Sits there for about a month, gets launched up into orbit. Once it's in orbit, we start communicating with it from mission control. Once that's all done, we basically spin that satellite around, slow down with small little rocket engines. So you can see a couple of those right over here. Those that have that little sort of red cap on them.
It's like a mini version.
Yeah, it's like a mini version. We don't have to...
Look at that thing over there. That's completely blurred out.
Okay, that's what he's... Yeah. You can't show it. It's proprietary.
You know, the big rocket needs to get us up to space. These little rocket engines basically slow us down just enough that it now starts to hit the atmosphere, the whole spacecraft. The pod is designed to basically survive through the atmosphere. It's going Mach 25 when it hits it, and so it mostly uses the atmosphere to slow itself the rest of the way down. And then we pick up that pod from the Australian desert, load that up basically into a helicopter, send that to a pharmaceutical facility. That gets put into like a syringe, a capsule, a tablet. Patients basically take it. What's crazy is like you don't need to produce that much product. So one example that I like to give is the Pfizer COVID vaccine. In 2021 and 2022, it had 500 million doses of in America. If you look at how much actual like drug product went into all those doses, it was only 2 milk-gallon jugs. Those 2 milk-gallon jugs got dosed out into 500 million syringes that mostly were filled with saline. Up in space, we just make those milk-gallon jugs, and then down here on the ground, other people basically go take those milk-gallon jugs, fill it up into basically the millions of syringes.
That's a bit of the sausage making process I wasn't aware of.
Yeah.
It makes sense. But you don't think of, a couple 4-gallon jugs of, or not 4-gallon jugs of milk to treat 500 million people.
Yeah, and that applies to a lot of drugs like GLP-1s and stuff like that.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Then, sitting in a saline, which is what, basically salt water, right?
Yeah. Well, with the Pfizer vaccine, it was the drug delivery vector was something called a lipid nanoparticle.
Okay.
And basically, you take a neutral oil or like a cholesterol analog, I think specifically. You mix in your drug with that, and then you just literally throw it in a blender and blend it up until the particles are nano size.
Okay.
You mix in like a little bit of glycol and a couple other additives, but that's all it is. And the particle it's so small, and because it's just cholesterol, it can slip by stuff like immune agents, like white blood cells and stuff. Mm-hmm. And it gets sucked up by other cells. And once it's inside the other cells, that cell digests the cholesterol and releases the drug.
That's probably better than a saline solution, because a lot of people are allergic to saline.
No, that's what they then put that into a saline solution.
Oh, okay.
If somebody's allergic to saline, there's something really wrong with them, or there's something really, really wrong with that batch of saline.
There's some people that are when I used to donate plasma as a college age kid.
Yeah.
They would ask if I was allergic to saline, and there was quite a few people who were, or they would find out on the donation floor.
So I wonder if it's what they consider saline is more than just salt.
Yeah.
And that's...
Yeah, I'm not sure what the solution is.
That's entirely possible, I guess. When I think saline, I think usually high purity water with enough salt to make it like seawater. Same sort of concentration, or like whatever the salt concentration of blood is.
Okay, yeah.
But if they're like adding extra stuff to it for like preservative or something, I could see that maybe causing people issues.
That would make sense. Yeah.
Concentrated version of it.
Exactly.
Got it.
Just that like hyper concentrated product that is the thing that it's known as in the pharma industry active pharmaceutical ingredient.
Okay.
There's a lot that goes into your body when you're taking a tablet or a gel capsule that is not the active pharmaceutical ingredient.
Sugar add-ons.
Exactly.
I'm only imagining these must be very expensive medications. Like, is there anything we would be familiar with? Are you making Ozempic up there? What are the sample medications?
Well, what's crazy is so Ozempic, for 1 kilogram of Ozempic, it's $1 million.
Holy shit.
So Ozempic is actually very expensive. you as a patient, you don't take 1 kilogram, you take like single-digit milligrams basically that you pay for. But even like Ozempic, we're not making it up in space. I'm not sure there's a huge benefit, but even if you wanted to, it's definitely the type of drug that could justify that type of cost.
Okay. So you're not going to see Advil and some ibuprofen. You're not going to see that being made up.
No,
in space.
but like GLPs and above, which is plenty of the market in terms of revenue, there definitely be like that. Those pods, by the way, these are a handful of ones that have actually flown to space and back. Our first mission, our third mission, and then our 5th mission that went up to space. First one was definitely the trickiest, as you can imagine. We were going to land it after 2 months, but unfortunately had some challenges with the range, finding time to be able to bring it back. So we got stuck up in orbit for 8 months with that vehicle, which you can imagine if you have a whole business model that's predicated on bringing drugs back from space and you're not allowed to bring the drugs back, definitely hard to
And then there's the added concern of what's happening radiation-wise.
Yeah. Yeah, the radiation could be breaking down your drugs.
Yeah. So, well, I don't want to say obviously, but potentially they did take that into account, and that's part of the reason why that shell is so thick, is to act as a radiation shield, as much as to facilitate re-entry.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it would definitely suit both purposes because heat's radiation. It's a type, right?
Yeah.
So it would suit both purposes.
They did a good job.
Wonder how heavy it is.
I think they said 500 kilograms. Which, if those are mostly aluminum, would track a ton or a metric ton, possibly.
Which is very expensive to get to space.
Yeah.
Even now.
But if you're making something on the scale of Ozempic by the kilogram.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you bring down several kilograms of it. Yeah, it would justify the cost. I wonder if they're making money.
Yeah, it's
like, are they profitable? Yeah, I'd be curious. It takes businesses often many years before they actually see profits, even after they start making money.
But if they got multiple deals on the line, they could be profitable very soon.
Yeah.
Ready to go, but after 8 months we sort of solved all those challenges, got that down. We then moved to Australia for our landings from there. Part of it is in the United States with that first military range that we landed at. We were competing with basically the focus on F-35 sortie tests, cruise missiles, etc. So it's hard to convince the military range, hey, let's prioritize this like space drug pod. Versus in Australia, it's a private range. There we give them money and then prioritize us.
Also, I just had the thought of, okay, it's coming down. Impact. Boom. Oh, we found a munition.
Yeah. Oh, no.
We misplaced that rocket.
Yeah, it turns out there was an artillery shell that hadn't gone off. We didn't realize it was there. You won the lottery.
There goes a $2 million payload. And I gotta imagine, like, the guy flying the helicopter has to be puckered right to the nines as that thing swings in the breeze.
Yeah.
Much simpler relationship.
Happy to have you.
Where we're landing
This
for the
one
next
seems
little
to
while.
have some different wear on it to the others. Is it all black because just the heat, the carbon?
Yeah, that black and these street marks are basically because of re-entry. What you see in terms of differences is everything from like literally the humidity in the stratosphere causing some differences. This one had a slightly different coating that led to that sort of like, sort of white structure. One thing that I like pointing out is this one has a little puck cut out of it.
Oh, yeah.
That we actually sent off to NASA. So that was a part of a test where NASA basically helped us build a heat shield. And then part of the deal was that they got some of that heat shield back to analyze how it went. Now that NASA has had that testing and knows how it performed, NASA is actually going and using that heat shield on an interplanetary mission. So on the commercial side, we basically make drugs for top.
Yeah, that's a good way of doing things, and they probably saved some money or made some money on that deal.
Yeah, that's going to pay off in the future. That's going to pay dividends for both of them.
Yeah,
that's a great symbiotic relationship.
There was probably some crap.
I hear Leaf.
Yeah, I think Gravy just went offline. And obviously rated out to Leaf. Oh,
Makes sense.
Lyrian Chronicles has a dice set now.
Ooh.
And Leaf is hand streaming it.
Oh no, not more dice. Oh no. He's leaning into my addiction. Oh no.
The goblin will buy the clicky math rocks.
My precious goes click clack.
Have you heard her golem?
No.
Oh, it's spectacular.
Oh, I'm gonna have to hear that.
20 Pharma, publicly traded. We also have a whole federal business where basically the government uses these reentry pods as a way of testing out next generation reentry technologies. Everything from like heat shields, nose cone shapes, navigation sensors, flight computers. And so that's where we have multi-$100 million contracts with the US Air Force, Navy, NASA, international.
They're making money.
They're making money. Yeah. Oh.
This
is cool.
Just on the test bed stuff alone, they're making money. Which that's the smart way to do things.
Mm-hmm.
If you are a startup, don't limit yourself to just what the startup is if you can manage it.
Yeah.
Do shit for other people. Offset your costs.
It's kind of a fun second part of the business.
Amazing. What's this noise I'm hearing over here?
So we do a lot of our like prototyping basically here in house.
So everything's manufactured here.
We'll do early.
That's a CNC mill running at all out.
Quick turn R&D here. As we're getting into like flight parts, that typically will work with like external manufacturers, but having this in-house CNC allows us to do really rapid.
A couple UMC 1000s from Haas, which could be just down the road from them.
Okay.
Design iteration. What I like is we also are able to test our thrusters here in-house. So out back that I'll show you in a minute, we actually have our own propulsion tank. So we can basically go design a propulsion tank and a thruster, manufacture it, basically here in our like R&D and proto shop, and then we can actually go take it out back and then go test.
All kinds of more goodies we can't show you.
Yeah.
Oh, and on the other side, their 3D print farm.
Yeah, we can see those. I love how much stuff is blurred out. She's like, don't show that. Don't show that. Don't show. Blur this out.
Yeah.
You don't blur this out, someone from an alphabet agency is going to come say hi.
Yeah, that's all ITAR sensitive. But what do they... Looks like they've got... those are all bamboos.
Yeah, they're definitely using bamboo reels. I recognize those.
Well, the big one I think is the new the HD.
Okay.
And then those other two look like the P1s. Although those might be Quiddies. I don't know, because that's not a bamboo AMS on top of that second one there.
Yeah. It might not be.
I just
curious if they made a different AMS to the bamboo.
Well, they did do another one with this new one. I think it's got 5 slots, and one extra slot has its own self-contained dryer.
Okay.
I just hope they're running that in autistic mode. Because otherwise the Chinese are going to know exactly what you're making.
Yeah.
Fire the full thruster, and so it allows you to have this really fast iteration cycle.
Very efficient.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I think that's just a different AMS. Those other, they're all P1s, I think.
Definitely speeds things up. Part of obviously making drugs in space is we have to have.
That one there is a laser.
Okay.
A Galvo head laser. So that'll be for parts marking.
Okay. Just engraving?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
Really, really fast and good way of marking parts.
Have bioreactor, bioprocessing equipment that allows us to do it up in orbit. And so on this table over here, we actually have W2's bioreactor. So that was our second mission that we ever sent up into sort of orbit. It's not the most complicated piece of sort of processing equipment, but it was a quick sort of demo proof point for us. So what we did is we basically took some pre-mixed vials that look like this effectively. So this basically had some drug product on board, and we took it through what's known as a melt-cool process, so like a quenching crystallization. All that we're doing up there is basically just like heating and then cooling it and then crystallizing the therapeutic. This is a very simple sort of demo sort of reactor. We've now expanded the capabilities to now be able to do live mixing, filtration, vacuum drying, pumping. So there's a much more complicated set of hardware in some of our upcoming and last couple missions. But this is literally the W2 bioreactor. So this went to orbit and back. Basically that metal looks like it was cut yesterday, which kind of shows you, the environment that it goes through is actually pretty tightly controlled.
How many of these can you fit in the capsule itself?
So in the first version of our capsule, it was really only like one of those. We then expanded that to about 2 or 3, and then starting in Q1 of next year, we're going to be able to do about 6 to 7 of those on board.
Oh, that's quite the leap.
It's quite the scale up. They're making their re-entry pod way more efficient at
that, or they might be scaling up to a larger size.
That's true.
That, or they're just figuring out we don't have to have this much internal volume as material, so we can shrink things down.
Yeah. Once you get past the growing pains and do R&D on the first one, you're able to make things way more efficient on the engineering side.
I love how this place is vertically integrated. Like, going from concept to something on the table in-house. Instead of concept, send it off to a contractor, wait a week to a month to get it back.
If ever.
Really, from now, this is just one of their facilities, so they could have more stuff on the other, but there's maybe $1.5 million worth of machinery on that floor.
Okay.
So not that much in the scheme of things.
Yeah, not with the kind of revenue they're talking about.
Yeah. Because I think those Haas ones might be $250,000 each.
Okay.
Call it another probably $100,000 to $150,000 worth of work holding and tooling. Their 3D printer farm is like maybe $6,000.
Yeah, that's one of the benefits of the bamboos is that you're able to keep costs down.
Yeah.
As long
And that laser,
as long as you're not giving PRC ideas.
that laser might be $10,000. It might be cheaper too. I'm not sure of what that brand is.
In a single vehicle, also steadily expanding. We're also beginning design on our next generation vehicle, so everything that we've talked about so far. That's our W series, sort of like our Gen 1 sort of re-entry vehicle. Our A series, which will be flying towards the end of the decade. That'll be about a 10x increase in terms of capacity.
Holy
and
crap.
it'll also significantly increase the reusability of the system. So right now, that satellite portion, half the spacecraft just burns up, one-time use, just the pods survive. In the A series, what we're going to do is we're going to make the full thing enveloped by the heat shield, and so you basically have all of the like propulsion tanks, the thrusters, the flight computer, all of that will survive. Think of it sort of like a mini space plane, effectively.
That's a good idea.
Yeah, reusability will cut down costs so much.
Yeah, disposability is good for short-term research. It's not good for long-term profitability. And if they're turning it into a space plane sort of concept, you could... it could be a lot easier to land.
Yeah, you'd be able to control it on the way in, like the space shuttle.
Yeah, so they even could maybe at some point bring it back to stateside.
Yeah, buy their own airfield in the future.
Yeah. That'll be interesting. Definitely have to watch these guys.
That'll be flying towards the end of the decade. Take us outside and maybe show you the propulsion test stand. That's sort of like the last section.
So how many re-entries have you finished already?
So we have flown 6 of our vehicles. All 6 have been brought back to Earth. 1 of those was in Utah. 4 of those were in Australia. And then 1 of those we actually ended up disposing in the ocean. It was like a demo mission. That
I wanted to ask you about that. You know, you said you're landing them in Australia. I see a lot of space missions, they land in the ocean. Why not land in the ocean?
Landing the ocean ends up making the vehicle much more complex. So if you think about recovering a space vehicle from the middle of the ocean, you end up having to make sure that the vehicle can actually float. You have to send out helicopters, cruise ships. It's a whole operation. Divers that need to go find it. That is a non-trivial operation. If you're able to land in the middle of the desert, 2 dudes and basically like a helicopter is all that you need. And so much simpler operation.
Makes sense.
But yeah, this is a little brick and mortar facility here, something we built entirely in house. This actually allows us to take those vehicles that you saw inside of that clean room.
Because you like watch the SpaceX stuff, and they've got the last one they had footage from the recovery ship, and just what the recovery ship was doing. They have a little bit more of a thing to do because they have to watch that incoming from as many angles as possible to get as much data as possible.
With this, you don't need as much data from the landing.
But making sure everything is waterproof after re-entry is probably a pain.
Yeah, especially after so much of it burns off.
Yeah. So unnecessary complexity surrounding a delicate cargo.
Yeah, very delicate, very expensive.
Yeah.
Wheel them out here, fully load them up with propellant, operate the full basically deorbit burn, which is that thing that basically slows us down and brings us into the atmosphere. But also this building is rated such that even if I took a grenade and tossed it into the facility when it's fully filled up with propellant, you and I can be standing right here and be just fine. And then I like showing there's a fun sign over here that says, "Warning, beware of jet blast." If you're reading that sign, probably you're not bewaring of it.
Not in the right spot.
Yeah, exactly.
So I'm curious, when you guys are looking...
Yeah, those looked like they were double or triple thick walls on the inside.
Yeah, looked like a bunker.
Well, it is a bunker.
I guess it is, yeah.
Because
I look at the Teslas.
Oh yeah. Well, it is California.
It is California.
For the different use cases for the medication, what makes one medication more viable to become one of the products that are made in space?
The area that we sit in is what's known as like formulation and administration. So microgravity doesn't affect like the discovery of new drugs. That gravity does not have a huge effect on. But once you've discovered the drug, I can't just like hand that to you as a patient. It has to go inside of a gel capsule, syringe. It has to get delivered to the right organ in the right way. That is the type of thing that microgravity can have a huge influence on. So,
and this is something the manufacturers aren't doing themselves. You're telling them, hey, we can help you make this better and more efficient.
Totally, and they may have tried a bunch of things on the ground to fix the problem that they're having, but it may just not be possible without microgravity.
What's going on over here?
These are basically like our avionics.
Yeah, so there was one of those such problems was with, it's the most effective HIV drug.
Mm-hmm.
And
is that the one that cured the guy in Germany?
Maybe. But like they were making it on at industrial scale. it was working great. And then all of a sudden, when they were doing quality control, they found that it was crystallizing in a way that they didn't want it to crystallize, because that crystal, basically the way it was crystallizing reduced its absorption capability.
Okay, yeah.
So they figured, oh, there's a contamination in the line. They shut it down. They deep cleaned everything, started up again, and it kept crystallizing. So they had to scrap entire batches. They went to Italy, I think, found a facility in Italy capable of making it. So the facility made a few batches, and then people from headquarters went over to oversee it, and within 2 weeks, the medication was crystallizing again. So they had to scrap at that facility, build a whole new one from the ground up, and it ran for 2 weeks, and again started crystallizing.
So this is literally a case where sending it to space
might
much cheaper than.
Yeah, well, it might solve the problem too.
Yeah, solve the problem, be more cost effective than building facilities.
Yeah.
Hiddle tables, as a part of testing out a spacecraft, what you want to do is make sure that your software is being tested out in a flight-like environment. Think of them as the individual flight computers that are effectively on board, and this is running 24/7 throughout all the various aspects of a flight and simulating and basically tricking the computers into thinking, hey, you're deorbiting, hey, you're in the middle of an orbit, hey, you're doing the pharmaceutical main.
I just noticed the CEO of this place is wearing 2 different colored shoes.
I got it. He is. He's not eccentric at all.
Yeah. I don't think they're 2 completely different shoes.
Yeah. Yeah. Are they? They both have the same stripes.
No, they don't.
Manufacturing, and then every single night.
No, you're right. They don't.
Each next version of the software and testing it against all those test cases.
A little bit of an audition.
Yes, exactly.
Okay.
Because maybe he's got some awkward feet.
Maybe he's got awkward feet. Maybe he just doesn't care. He's like, that's a left, that's a right. I'm going to work now.
I've got spaceships to build.
Yeah.
Or space capsules
or
to build.
Maybe he's just one of those weird genius guys.
Yeah. I mean, there are worse things that a person can do.
Yeah.
Is it possible to create an anti-gravity environment on Earth? Like, why not create like some sort of vacuum-sealed chamber, and you could do this on Earth? Is that even possible?
You can create vacuum on Earth, so you can like suck out the atmosphere. But what we're up there for is not the vacuum; it's the lack of gravity.
Right.
So what I like to say is like, look, the reason we have gravity down here on Earth is because we're in the gravity well of Earth, which is bending the space-time continuum. If you could remove gravity down here on Earth, it also means you've figured out how to bend the space-time continuum.
There's no escaping it.
If you can do that, cool. We have warp drives and wormholes, and like we're living in like the sci-fi future.
So it's only possible in space.
It's only possible up in space, and so would love if that'd be possible. Is it some of what?
Yeah, seems like he's half decent people at least.
Yeah. He doesn't come off as a pretentious asshole.
Yeah. Vacuum chambers?
We did like our very early prototyping and like R&D work on something like the bioreactor. Now is largely used for like sort of more regular testing of those. All this hardware is actually from our very first sort of office, and so it's always.
And
I love the names.
Yoshi.
The other one was Pac-Man.
Okay. I just know somebody threw some Skittles into those at one point and made them popped.
Yeah.
Because if those are testing things, they can heat up and cool off probably too. So they're basically big customizable freeze dryers.
Maybe that's a side gig.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. When we're not testing stuff, we're selling stuff out of the trunk of our cars.
Yeah. Freeze dried fruit. Astronaut ice cream.
Yeah.
That's not like they don't have the facilities to Make sure they're sterile.
Yeah, and it's probably not used constantly.
And they could have even done those in-house. Because
With the CNC machines?
yeah, because
Okay.
that is unfinished aluminum or unfinished steel.
Okay.
They didn't bother polishing anything off. That's comes right off of the mill.
That makes sense. I mean, why bother with the extra steps when you're not trying to make it look pretty?
Yeah.
To come back here, very early seed days of the company. This is how we did some of our scrappy early testing.
Speaking of the seed days, how
Confined space, do not enter. Big googly eyes on the right side.
Yeah. Oh, these people know how to have fun.
Yeah. It's some kind of pressure vessel. I'll tell you that much. Might be a kiln.
Okay.
how many rounds of funding have you guys had so far?
Yeah, so we're through our Series C at this point. We've raised about $330 million across those sort of various rounds. We have about $200 million or so in like federal contracts across hypersonic tests, target presentation, NASA, all those various allied partners as well, and then have a handful of pharmaceutical sort of customers. United Therapeutics being the only one that we've like publicly announced. But yeah, excited with how much we've sort of progressed with what we've gotten to sort of today. Sure, there'll be more fundraising rounds in the future too.
Yes, we'd love to be a part of it too.
Yeah, absolutely.
We got into your last round. We're proud investors.
Of course. Excited to have you guys
happy to
on
be
board.
backing you guys.
Yeah.
Thanks for showing us around. It's amazing what you've built in such a short amount of time.
Yeah, no, we're obviously excited. Still a long.
Yeah. 330 million goes a long way.
Yeah, especially if you're not wasteful.
And doing that vertical integration stuff definitely helps.
Mm-hmm.
It's much more efficient spend of your money.
Yeah, a lot more of it is long-term investments rather than having to spend it over and over again.
Yeah. And if worst comes to worst, you actually have assets you can sell off.
Yeah, and if you scale it up, you still have those assets to sell off to help fund the new ones.
Yeah.
Ways to go to making this into a massive company. You can't complain.
Yeah, I think those are big enough to make those face plates. Those are big machines. Not the biggest machines, but they're big machine.
Yeah, they're definitely not small.
Looks like maybe a 4-foot internal depth on the bed.
Okay.
So at the very least 4 feet deep and probably 5 feet wide. And
Just
4 or 5 feet tall.
quite a bit of cubic space in there for what their operation is.
Yeah.
Currently.
Well, if they're building the full capsule in those things, yeah, that'd about fit.
Yeah.
Yeah,
because I imagine a lot of the rest of it is kind of bolted on.
Yeah. They're probably going to have to go to something bigger for their next sized system, but that might be also what their other facilities are doing.
Yeah.
And being California, you got to wonder how much of that 300 million just went into real estate stuff.
Real estate and permits, zoning. Oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah. So
hopefully they start building out of state soon because that will save them a ton of money.
Like how much spend could they save if they moved to Texas or Utah, Idaho? No, not Idaho. Ohio.
Yeah. There's a lot of states with significantly smaller, lower real estate values that would still have the grids and everything they need to operate.
Well, real estate values and just regulatory climate in general. I think a lot of stuff is moving to Ohio because they've got a much better policy towards business.
That makes sense. And they're really close to a lot of industrial centers and the like. So that's in a way that almost makes more sense than Texas for some companies for that reason.
Yeah.
First 5.5 years, having a multitude of successful flights, having pharmaceutical customers on board, having the federal government support across a wide variety of use cases, regulators going from, kind of thinking that we're crazy to like, now we're one of 2 companies in the world that has an operator license to bring these bad boys down. So yeah, can't complain.
We look forward to seeing you at the summit in Abu Dhabi.
Yeah, it should be fun.
Yeah, we'll have you as a speaker there.
Absolutely, sweet.
I'll see you there.
Thanks for coming, Jordan.
Cool. Guys, thanks for joining us. Make sure you like, comment, and subscribe. While most companies are racing to launch, Varda is already bringing things back.
Video not recommended for securities or portfolio company. That's a lot of legalese.
Yeah. Past performance not indicative of future results.
This video may not be copied, quoted, or referenced without Goanna capitals. Crap. I'm going to run into a copyright strike, aren't I?
Quite possibly.
We'll see.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe they'll be cool about it and be like, yeah, there's more reach. And we are doing the fair use there. I mean, it's not like we're just sitting here and watching the video and not giving any commentary and just stealing. Maybe they'll be cool about it because of that.
That, or I'm gonna have a 30-minute video of us talking while nothing happens, and I have dancing girls waving placards about copyright dipshittery.
Yeah. The creator space can be annoying sometimes.
Yeah. Okay. It's a good thing I set this to just chatting, because I don't think we're going to be getting to any gaming tonight.
Yeah. That's okay. I think you get a lot more views from the just chatting than you usually do from gaming.
Yeah, it's fluctuated between 5 and 3 tonight. Okay, so I did Psychro's thing. I wonder if there's a what is that, guys? There's various channels that I haven't added to my streaming persona yet. There's a guy that does various physics experiments and demonstrations. Alpha Phoenix or something like that. No, splash in vacuum. There. Almost like it was reading my mind. Action Lab. The short should be sufficient.
This is what it looks like for a drop of liquid to hit a hard surface in our normal atmosphere. But if you remove the air, something unexpected happens. When a drop of the same liquid falls from the same height on the same surface, suddenly the splash completely disappears. Today we're going to be exploring how the absence of air makes splashes disappear. One of the most distinctive features of liquids is that when they hit a hard surface, they splash. But what if I told you that splashing doesn't just happen because of the liquid, but it happens because of the air? In 2005, physicists from the University of Chicago were trying to measure the energy of liquid droplets flying away from splashes. But they were curious what would happen at lower pressures. Would the little droplets that shoot out during the splash get ejected at higher speeds? So they dropped some alcohol drops in a vacuum and then went to check the high-speed footage. When they went to look at the high-speed footage, there was no splash. One of the authors of the paper, Sidney Nagel, said that they fell onto the floor laughing because they were so surprised by the result. This is what it looks like for a drop.
Okay.
Bound.
I wonder if it depends on the way you do it. Like if you just bring your hand straight down into it, does it just flow over your
You know that
hand?
Okay, that is a good question.
Because if you lift it up, obviously it's going to do the splash like so many people do in a pool.
Yeah.
But if you just bring it down.
Oh, still there?
Oh no.
Okay. Are you back? Am I back?
I'm here.
Okay. Fucking network.
That sucks.
Okay, so now that my network unhiccuped again, yes, would splashing in a pool in vacuum actually splash? I would say yes, but you wouldn't get a lot of ripples.
Okay.
Maybe.
I think the ripples would still be there because the fluids don't compress.
Yeah, but it wouldn't. They would be there, but I think they'd dampen out a lot quicker.
Yeah, there definitely wouldn't be any froth. You're not adding any air to it.
Atmosphere. But if you remove the air, something
as well. Like, because if you look at it, in atmosphere, you get the full splash up.
Unexpected happens. When a drop of the same liquid falls from the same height on the same surface, suddenly the splash completely
so you don't get the same rebound effect in vacuum.
Okay. That's really cool.
Yeah. Which kind of begs the question. Again, going back to Space Massacre Forensics. You get shot in hard vacuum. Would the blood immediately evaporate, or would it stay liquid long enough to deposit on a surface?
I don't think it would immediately evaporate, or maybe the mist would. But would there be a mist?
Well, the mist would immediately evaporate.
Yeah.
Because blood is mostly water, and water tends to evaporate in vacuum at very low temperatures.
Okay.
Or much lower temperatures. So, like, I guess if it was hard vacuum in cold conditions, because then for sure you'd still have liquid blood, because it wouldn't freeze super fast.
Well, there's only one way to test it.
Ballistic Dummy Labs.
Well, I was thinking you're Canadian.
Uh,
You guys are good at war crimes. Go start the first space war crime.
yeah. Would be great if we didn't have a $200 million a month concrete pad that is our space program. Yeah, a $2 million per month concrete pad, or is it $200 million per year, that the government initially leases for like $13,500 a year.
Okay. What I think what we need is we need to get an African American in the mix. Elon.
Yeah.
We need to transport some Canadians and some adversaries into space for some war crime.
We'll wait until at least Starship 20.
Okay.
Let them
Does the Geneva Convention apply to space?
Technically, no, because it's international waters.
Oh yeah.
Or considered international waters.
That means war crimes don't. Geneva Convention doesn't apply to Antarctica.
It probably does because of various other international agreements.
What if you do it on the ice of Antarctica? Then you're technically on water.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That only counts if you get caught.
Yeah. Never a war crime the first time, anyways.
Oh, we got all through all that, and it's only a quarter to midnight.
Yeah. Yeah, that was. Oh man, there's only one person watching. That's okay. Thank you, person, for sticking around.
If you're a person or a bot, we thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, I, for one, welcome our future machine overlords.
May as well throw another one on top of, since we're here.
Yeah.
Are VTubers constantly gatekeeping? Do you just want a simple model but don't have the budget of Elon Musk?
So what I am rich.
Riggers be trippin'. Presenting the new Leaftuber.
Huh?
It's free, it's open source, and it runs locally. Just for you. No selling your soul. No sacrificing your wallet. Just download it and start moving. From normal avatars, to cat girls, to goofy little goblins, to silly cosmic monsters.
The kind that stare back at you. The ones that make nightmares look like a child's daydream. And it knows what you do in the dark when no one is around. The deepest secret you could never fathom would come to light. Watching, waiting, never blinking, never leaving.
Well, I already want it. You don't have to sell me on it anymore.
Oh, if I can only get so erect.
Little do you know, that's my kink. All right, Monster, you're going to have to watch this. You watch everything I do.
I wonder what Ocno used for the voiceover stuff. Because this is pretty good.
It is pretty good.
Anyway, the new Leaftuber. Get yours today for free. Side effects may include excessive streaming, becoming a PNG cat girl, developing an unhealthy attachment to your avatar, and accidentally creating an eldritch horror with perfect face tracking. Consult your local eyes, ear, nose, and throat doctor if symptoms persist.
Can you parasocialize with your own avatar?
I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh my god.
Just look.
Can you imagine the therapist's look? You're just like, I have an unhealthy parasocialization addiction. Oh, okay, with who? My own avatar.
You need to touch grass. A lot. Maybe some boob.
What are those like? Can you show me? Get all creepy with her.
Yeah.
Like, oh no. Oh no.
Look at just the endorsements. Holy ball. I made adventure, touch grass, and grass ask for my prompt. General Gravy. Back in my day, we used graph paper, and now I make lore, husbands, and chaos in 18 minutes. She would. Probably powder. I don't even know what I'm doing, but adventure makes me look like a genius, so slay, I guess? Keen. I created a castle, a mech, and my dignity, all in under 30 minutes. Let's go! It took me a lot longer than 30 minutes to get my thing sorted out. But
took me about 5 hours.
Then again, Leaf's instructions were kind of lacking and all over the place.
Okay. For those of you who watch this, if you try to go create your own avatar, I implore you to click the tutorial button and follow along with Malcolm. Don't be a stereotypical guy like I was and just go, I'll figure it out. That's how you waste 150,000 tokens and have to buy more.
Also, read the readmes.
They're there for a reason.
Yeah. That's one of the things I figured out is, so you know how she has that special menu for, like actually running the avatar?
Yeah.
So to get to that, you have to turn on the thing and then copy the URL that's in it and put the URL into your browser. So, yeah. Kind of wish that was a little more visible than in the README.
Kind of wish that it was a video. I suck at readmes. I read words and I go, I don't understand.
Yeah. It's just all white and black and, huh?
Mm-hmm. But then I do a video and I follow along and I go, oh, this is so simple.
Yeah.
I didn't waste 150,000. That only took 30,000 credit tokens. Oh no.
Yeah, but Keen has been pushing that you don't have to use like Sea Dance or anything fancy. And yeah, you can get it on Grok too.
Yeah.
It took me a few hours to generate everything up, but I was also watching other stuff and getting distracted, so.
Yeah. Squirrel!
Yeah. I think I was actually watching Leaf while I did it, so.
Yeah.
There was that.
Yeah, you introducing me to Leaf has made me less productive in some capacity.
She's definitely damaged my sleep schedule, I will admit that much.
Yeah.
Ocno. I weaponized adventure and now the IRS, NASA, and raccoons won't leave me alone.
Oh no.
1010 peak civilization. The Bloop. Opened adventure, yawned, made a masterpiece, went back to sleep. Goat software for real. Nines. I don't know, man. It's good, I guess. Nightway Fantasy. I whispered just a quick model. 2 hours later, I had art, a story, and existential purpose. Terrifying. I love it.
Okay, Nightway, you don't need to brag. I know that some of you are able to do it in just 2 hours.
Yeah. Well, somebody did make their avatar in Sea Dance. Sinbad is what he goes by.
Okay.
It's a very pretty Catboy avatar.
Mhm.
But he spent cash on it. Because Sea Dance ain't cheap.
I wonder if I can make a wolf man whose fur is Rhodesian paintbrush.
I mean, prompt it up.
Yeah. It's like, oh no, I discovered Leaftuber Adventure. Now I'm a furry.
Yeah.
God help me.
I will not be held responsible for furry conversions. That's all on your twisted little psyche.
I had to put a disclaimer at the end of the video for that.
Leaftuber Adventurer, free for all. Don't be a quango, gatekeeping is for simps.
Ocno cooked on that one.
Yeah. Man, Leaf has fallen in love with that term quango.
It's a good term.
It can easily sound like a slur, especially if people don't know what a quango is.
Do you know what it is?
I looked it up, and I was just like, I think I've already forgotten.
Quasi non-governmental organization. It's basically the British term for an NGO.
Is that what the IRS is? Because they're technically not governmental.
Yeah, they would be a quango.
Damn quangos. That'll be what I use when a revenue comes. Like, get out of here, quango. I saved my unspent tax money for this mod deuce.
My tax dollars go chunk, 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 chunk.
Yeah.
All right. Paste that in the comments.
I need to go find the USPS website and call them a bunch of quangos.
I don't know. Are they non-governmental?
Yep. Yep, they are private entity with government protection and backing. They technically have a paramilitary organization because Postmaster General has his own death squad.
Yeah. You don't fuck with the IRS and you don't fuck with the mail.
Yeah. They got death squads.
Yeah.
I want a death squad. Why can't I have a death squad?
You can. You just need to have probably upwards of $100 million.
Okay.
And not have it in non-liquid assets.
U.S. government, listen. I can do a service. I can VTube for you. Please let me have a death squad. Oh, you watch Banana Ballistics as well.
No, I think that's just what the algorithm's feeding me.
Oh, okay. I watched them shoot a 243 out of a 308.
Ew.
It has about 100 MOA.
Yeah, it would.
At 10 meters, there was a few rounds that didn't even hit paper.
Well, when it's not touching the rifling at all. I know, well, it would be touching the rifling, just not properly.
Yeah.
When it rattles down the barrel, it's not exactly the most stable ballistics.
What's nice is that it's a great way to get a bunch of 308 casings to reload with afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah, it would neck it up.
Yeah.
How well it does that? How well it does that, though, would be the question.
It opens up enough to reload with.
Okay. Yeah, I guess if the expansion is all done before the bullet leaves the casing, might be a bit tighter in the throat. A bit.
Yeah.
But yeah, it would be 308.
You just have to open it up when you actually. I mean, you got to do that a lot with. Don't you do that with a reloading case, anyways? Reloading setup. Open it up a little bit to put the bullet in.
Usually, they just you trim off the neck a little bit.
Okay.
That's
never reloaded before.
That's
so
usually
I don't know.
because depending on how well the chamber has been cut, the chamber might be a little bit longer in the throat than the factory spec of the brass, so it'll flow in. That's why you can only shoot brass so many times before you have to throw it away, because it'll get progressively thinner and thinner as it flows into that gap in the chamber. A really well cut chamber will have a little bit of expansion. So you can get, I think, 5 to 10 reloads out of a well cut chamber. But if it's a poorly cut chamber, you can get like as low as 2 or 3.
Okay. Thank you. I didn't know any of that prior to now.
You're welcome. But also don't take my word for it and look it up, because I can always be wrong.
Well, chat, we got a genuine gunsmith here. So if you ever have gunsmith questions,
don't ask me.
Hit him up, Paul. Ask him. Put all the liability upon him.
How's that go? Do not take this as legal advice.
Yeah, this is neither legal nor financial advice.
Yeah. Use at your own liability.
Prior success does not denote future success.
Yes. All kinds of things that the algorithm is pushing at me.
Yeah.
NASA and VFX and old stuff, new stuff.
The algorithm is interesting.
Why do you need a British dub of RWBY? I'm curious.
Brovs, mates, wives. Oi! 7 years ago, I had a dream. This ought to be good. A dream that one day, the 4 of us would come together as a team and have the most fun anyone has ever had. Ever! What are you on about? I'm talking about kicking off this semester with a bang.
Well, I always reckon I kick my semesters off with a yang. Guys, am I right? Eh?
Whew, so we're sorry for everything that just happened there. Yeah,
let's pretend that didn't happen.
That was a little rough. But you can go check out all of RWBY on Apple now.
Yeah, the original version.
Yeah.
Not whatever that was.
That was the voice actress for RWBY and Yang, respectively.
Oh, okay. Okay, can we get it in the original Klingon now?
We could.
Oh no! Oh no! You do the thing.
I don't know about the original Klingon, but we could get the original. On the other hand, this is also RWBY, and I have no idea how litigious they are with their copyright shit.
Yeah.
It was a decent show. And then 2015 happened.
I don't think I ever saw it. I know I remember you recommending it, and I looked at it, and I'm just like, not right now.
Yeah.
In the future, maybe.
All it really sucks is the creator died.
Oh.
In the second season, and then they went off his notes. And
that has success written all over it.
Yeah. And he died for a totally bullshit reason. He went in to get surgery on his wrist, probably carpal tunnel or something, and he died of an allergic reaction to the anesthetic.
That's rough.
Yeah.
Hey, my hand tingles a bit. Can you do surgery?
Yeah.
Oh my god. When the side effects are worse than the affliction.
Yeah, I think he went into a coma and never came out, punched the clock. But like Monty Oum started out doing his own little things on YouTube.
Huh?
And then the guys at Rooster Teeth saw his work and figured, hey, we could use some spicing up for stuff in for Red versus Blue. I want to say season 6 or 7 is when they brought him in. Because then they started moving away from purely machinima and into actual like animation.
Okay.
Rick, 11 years ago.
That's younger than I am. Oh my god.
But yeah, I guess he was that much older. It's just kind of mind-boggling to think that, yeah, he was that much older. But yeah, I guess he did a spectacular job at Red versus Blue, and then he came up with RWBY, and they figured, hey, let's expand. He definitely had a discernible aesthetic to how he did motion. I think this was one of his earlier ones.
Okay.
Maxed out at 480p. This was a while ago.
Yeah, those were the days.
I'm gonna get copyrighted on this one. I just feel it.
Yeah, but it's just gonna come down on you hard.
Microsoft.
Oh yeah, Microsoft owns the rights, huh?
Maybe Nintendo. Dick.
Stick my balls to your face.
Lore accurate Spartan.
Like Dragon Ball Z mixed with Halo.
Like I said, lore accurate Spartan.
Yeah. I don't remember there being that many rounds in the shotgun.
Not in Halo 2. Must have gotten a hold of one of the Halo 1. Oof, proportions were off on that one.
Metroid games. This looks so cool though.
Yeah. Nice. Basically a Swiss Army knife versus a sword.
Hammer?
Hammer.
Yeah.
Oh, there was some physics jiggle there.
Yeah.
Double Gatling guns.
god. No better than the sequel trilogy.
Honestly, I don't think the Mjolnir armor had that big of a reactor, but creative license.
Yeah. Antimatter go boom.
It's about what they would have to run for that kind of detonation.
Yeah.
Fortunately, it's just a fusion core.
That's how Master Chief lost his virginity.
It wasn't the Master Chief.
What the fuck is that?
Unknown Spartan.
Oh. Okay.
But Monty definitely had it tight. Liked what he liked.
Yeah.
3D Ripper. Okay. Not like you'd be able to tell a lot of these. Just in 640.
Yeah. This is what videos used to look like.
Please continue to be awesome by not suing me yet. Don't copyright strike my React video either, please. Which... that might be lore accurate. I think Samus is supposed to be pretty tall outside of her armor, too.
Yeah.
Got some mutant bird alien DNA going on.
Oh, is that? I didn't know that. That makes sense why she's able to turn into a goddamn ball.
Yeah, alien technology.
Because if I turn into a ball, I would scream for a couple seconds and then die.
Yeah.
I am not that limber. Oh, man. Can you imagine someone that limber being married to them? Oh, my God.
Fun times.
Fun times.
Yeah, it's her Samus's whole thing is her family was murdered by space pirates and she got abducted by bird aliens. And as part of their whole thing, they spliced their DNA with hers. So she's got way higher performance stats than a regular human does.
I wonder if she can see in ultraviolet as well. Like birds can.
Don't think that was part of it.
Ah.
But she can jump.
That'd be an interesting superpower.
Ultraviolet vision.
Yeah, visible light and ultraviolet like a bird.
Or a cat. Cats apparently see in UV too.
Oh, I did not know that.
That's why they'll just stare at spots on the wall.
Because to them, there's something there.
Yeah, but to us, there's nothing.
Ah, Okay. So it's not just the bodies I put in the basement. Got it.
It's probably also why they're such effective bird hunters.
Oh, yeah, because they can see what the birds can, and they're able to camouflage themselves better.
And birds in UV look really different.
Yeah, super bright. Them and jumping spiders, too.
Yeah. I didn't realize how prevalent jumping spiders were.
Yeah.
We got them around here. They're just little bitty ones, but they're neat.
Yeah, that's what we got, too. And not even the really super cool. Like, they're pretty cool, but they're not the ones that you get in tropical climates.
Yeah.
They're bright, even invisible light. They're freaking smart, too, and very personable towards humans.
And fast. That was the... It's like they teleport when they get into jump mode.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I found that out when I found out that they existed up here one day when I was working at my bench, and I see a spider going across, and all of a sudden it goes from one spot to like 20 times its body length on another spot. Like,
yeah.
What was that? Oh, that's a jumping spider.
Can you imagine a tiger-sized jumping spider being able to teleport that quickly and that far?
Yes. Because they're in the or they're going to be in the cyberpunk setting I was working on.
Oh, no.
They're not tiger-sized, though. They're dog-sized.
Oh, okay.
And they're sentient.
Okay. Oh.
Okay. What better species to be workers on high-rise construction than a jumping spider analog?
You make a good point.
And I'm going with like the flag ones. The ones who've got the frilly back legs with the bright eye spots that they do the conductor thing.
Yeah. Jumping spiders would be great in 0G, too.
Yeah. As long as they could adapt to it.
Yeah.
Birds can't fly in 0G.
Makes sense.
If they don't have a gravity reference, they are useless. At least the ones that they took up with them at one time.
Really interesting. Is that there was not proprioception?
Yeah, I think proprioception is the right term.
Okay.
How they perceive their body within space.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, the proprioception doesn't work without gravity.
Yeah.
Isn't that there's like crystals in your brain that handle that? No, that's for balance.
I don't know. No, it's liquid in your inner ear.
Oh, okay.
Which they might have a similar mechanism. But they're not also, again, they fly everywhere against a gravity reference.
Yeah.
As humans were going by that whole evolution thing, we're ape descendants. We developed swinging through trees.
It just occurred to me, like, consciously, that we've been flying for less than 100 years. I mean, just over 100 years.
Yep.
It's relatively new to us.
With powered flight. I think hot air balloons were getting started in the mid-1800s.
Before then, Da Vinci had one.
Did it fly, though? He had the concept. And apparently, possibly someone in the Aztec Mayan region potentially had hot air balloons.
Okay.
Because some guy, I want to say either in the 2000s or the 90s, made a hot air balloon out of animal hides.
Okay.
To test a theory that the Nazca lines were like for aerial navigation.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently it flew, so.
That's kind of awesome. It's like you take these animal hides and then in the most brutal way, just like animal, you will propel my flight.
Yeah. Well, you would basically scrape the hides to vellum, glue it together, maybe some sewing, pray to all the gods, and light a fire underneath it.
Pray all the gods, they would sacrifice a couple hundred people and then light the fire.
Yeah.
This hot air balloon flies on the parts of the sacrificed and the gods will.
I'm not sure how. I know the Aztecs were really into human sacrifice. I don't know what the Mayans were like in terms of that.
I want to say they did as well. Probably not to the same extent. I'm trying to remember things that I've read 20 years ago, and so I don't know.
New blender. I need to look into that. Ooh. That sounds like a fun weapon to get hit by.
Yeah, I love those physicists who are like, yeah, a lightsaber going through you will just kill you instantly. Same sort of way. Sort of mechanism.
Maybe.
Super ultra heated plasma going into your very liquidy body.
That's assuming that it's actually plasma.
Yeah.
There's a lot more problems with using plasma than flash vaporization. Actually, the flash vaporization concern is for the user as much as the victim.
That makes sense. Yeah.
No.
It's space magic.
My theory,
We're trying to put science on space magic.
It's scientific space magic. It behooves one to understand it or theorize it in such a manner as that how it might work.
It's true.
And my theory is as a lightsaber is a force field. And
I could see that.
We already know that there's force fields in the Star Wars universe. All the ships have a deflector and a ray shield.
Mm-hmm.
A lightsaber is just a deflector shield in a cylinder. So it would still heat stuff up. It would still heat stuff up because it's forcing material away from the core of the saber as fast as it can go. So kinetic heating is your heat source. That's also why like having strength to wield it is a thing. So like when two blades interact, it's two solid lines of force. Whereas if it was two things of plasma, they'd merge together and bad shit would happen as containment fields broke.
Okay, yeah. And that would also explain why things like cortosis wouldn't be affected by it, and it would overheat the lightsaber and make it shut off.
Or like it generates a feedback harmonic in the force field, and And yeah, overloads. Like it would either overload like the crystal that's used to generate the force field. Because I know through the new stuff, it's all was it Kyber crystal this and Kyber crystal that.
Yeah, the old stuff, it was all sorts of crystals.
Of course,
I'm going to say Jaina Solo got hers from a volcanic mountain.
her brothers got his from the gas giant of Yavin.
And Tenno-Ka got her. It was like a junk crystal, and that's how she blew her arm off.
Was it a junk crystal, or did she screw up in assembly?
Damn it. Now I got to go reread those books.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure I have that book. I just haven't read it yet. I found like an omnibus version of the Young Jedi Knights.
It was one of the best things to come out of the expanded universe.
Yeah. And then they kind of ruined it with the whole Yuzan Vong thing.
Yeah. Yeah, it was kind of a cool concept, but it wasn't done very well.
Well, wasn't the whole Yuzan Vong thing like up to 6 different authors working on it at the same time?
More than 6. There were so many of them, and it was so inconsistent.
Yeah.
While Young Jedi Knights was
it was
all Kevin J. Anderson.
And Rebecca Moesta.
Yeah. And then that was a problem with the whole expanding universe, because then you get Timothy Zahn, who wrote some of the best books in the series.
Timothy Zahn, Stackpole, and Kevin J. Anderson and Moesta are like they're my core Star Wars authors.
Yeah.
Because I wasn't so much of a fan of Zahn's stuff, but I think that's because I kind of don't really care for the mustache twirling. Don't get me wrong, Thrawn is a great bad guy.
Yeah.
I just don't care for a ton of mustache twirling.
That's fair. And then Mara Jade, oh my god. One of the best character arcs to come out of Star Wars.
Yes.
Also hot redhead.
Also, yes.
You know, I think that's why I like redheads now.
Mara Jade.
I've never really stopped.
Got him early.
Why do I like redheads? Why? Damn it, Timothy's on.
Yeah, and wouldn't have been Black Widow unless you were really into comic books.
No, the only comics I'd read at that time were the adaptations of Zahn's first series in Star Wars.
Okay.
The Thrawn trilogy?
Yeah.
I think it was called something else before that.
Heirs of the Empire.
Heirs of the Empire, yeah, that series.
Yeah, that was
those are the only comics I ever read.
That was a great concept and well executed on Zahn's part. It's really too bad that they didn't follow that with the sequel trilogy.
Yeah, and then they go,
why did this fail?
Our fault that we don't do the grass work.
Yeah.
We didn't have any source material for it. It's like, fuck you.
You had 20 years of source material that you threw out because you didn't want to pay the authors. You greedy fucks.
Yeah. Well, they're still not paying the authors because no one's reading those books.
But they hired Zahn back.
Did they?
Yeah, he did a new trilogy for them. I think it was while Disney owned it. Because there's one, it's called Outbound Flight, and it's
that was a couple decades ago.
Okay. I thought it was a lot newer than that, because I only found out about it a few years ago.
Yeah, that one came out when I was in high school.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a good concept too. The outbound flight, and then the other series that was tied into it. Was that the one when the Hand of Thrawn duology? I think that was tied to it.
Yeah.
I don't remember. I want to say it was. It's been a minute.
I think I listened to those.
I used to own all the books, and then shortly, a couple years before Disney, I was like, I don't want to hoard these. I don't want to be. I can buy these again anytime. I've been moving a lot. They don't fit in the room I have. I'm just gonna donate them, and I'll buy them again in the future.
Famous last words.
Damn it.
Yeah, it's
Go on.
It's one of those hard things where if you're moving around a lot, and you gotta cut weight.
Yeah. Yeah, and books are heavy and take up
a lot of space.
A lot of space.
Even the paperbacks.
Mm-hmm. Oh, mine were paperback. Yeah. Well, on that bombshell.
Yeah. Well, we got 5 people. Maybe I can raid out.
Hey, everyone, where we're going, we don't need roads.
Yeah. We're going to the stars.
Leaf will generate them for us.
Okay, everybody. Thank you for joining us. This is MachinistM. And
I've been TipofGugnir.
And it's been a wonderful night. Everybody have a good weekend. And see you hopefully Thursday on time. 8 p.m. Pacific.
I will be here.
Immontibus ad astra. See you among the stars.
Hasta la vista.
Where's my end screen? I have not used my stream end screen. Okay, there we go. Is it gonna go? Oh. Yes. Okay. See you later.